Good evening. I call this April 30th Morrisville Town Council work session to order. We have 3 items to discuss tonight, and we're looking forward to getting through everything as quickly as we can and efficiently as we can. And the first one is media communications guidelines and reminders. We're going to ask Erin Hudson and Lauren Golf, our communications and outreach director and our social media coordinator, to come up to the table and join us and facilitate this session, please. And I want to also recognize that Ann Rabati will be participating remotely as fully as she's able. We have a way for her to indicate when she wants to be recognized, and I will recognize her at that time. So thank you very much.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for giving us time to be here and share with you this evening. So very quickly, we're just going to do a quick recap of, sorry, trying to work too many screens. A quick recap of the functions of the communications and outreach team. I did have the opportunity to share in depth with you at your March 24th meeting, so I'm not going to go too deep into the next few slides, but do just want to draw your attention to the checkmarked items that are on the left of these next few slides, and that's where we're going to focus our discussion purposes for tonight. So really just want to share with you what communication does, what our team does. We focus. So we aim to be strategic in our communications and balance our communications so that we, sorry,
one sec, I gotta share the screen with everybody.
Thank you, got it now.
Thanks, James. So that we don't run into that information overload that we talked about a little bit a few weeks ago. Throughout these next couple of slides, you're going to see that we've interspersed a few images or graphics that we feel are helpful in demonstrating that work. So on the right side here, you'll see a screen capture of our communications and outreach webpage. We also archive here for general public access prior versions of our Next Week in Morrisville, our HOA newsletter, and those are delivered via email to individuals who request. Our Connection newsletter was also historically printed and mailed. The latest issue from December of last year was our first fully digital copy. All of that content is also archived here for the general public to access. We do also still print a limited number of those for community members who've requested that and want to continue receiving that via mail. And we also have hard copies of that available in all of our town facilities. So we also manage communications. We have dedicated resources within our team for social media coordination, for website management, for community outreach communications. We manage not only the organizational town social media accounts, but we also oversee and liaise with departments who have social media support accounts so that we ensure there is consistency in messaging and tone. And we also support in general, primarily with interdepartmentally supporting other staff members and their teams with content development, marketing, program, developing communications plans when there are special events, things of that sort. We help them prepare and initialize any content that they may need as far as writing, editing, different things like that. So here is a good graphic that we like to refer to for social media and content marketing, just to help demonstrate what we use, when we use it, and why we use it. So we talked a few weeks ago about how our town website is our central source of information. It's a high traffic location. It's a quick transaction for anyone who's looking to get information on permits or closures. Engagement can fluctuate based on navigation ease and timely updates. We're on the high end of navigation, of engagement, because we have a recently redesigned website. And so we've had really good engagement and we're really pleased with how that's gone. So the tools that you see listed there are in order of least to most effective. On the low end are static printed materials. That's going to be flyers, postcards, yard signs, banners. They have limited reach. They have relatively low engagement and feedback because they have very centralized points of access. Next to that is email distribution list. Often there's low open rates unless they're paired with some sort of compelling or expected content. We talked again a few weeks ago about how our emails, we like to have some sort of a call to action so that not only people are inspired to click and open them, but then take a next step after that. So email is really a good outreach for targeted audiences. There in the middle, you'll see digital newsletters. They're more informational, less interactive. Communications best practices state that a monthly distribution is the most effective because it keeps information flowing frequently enough, but not too frequently so that it doesn't become overwhelming. After that are surveys. Surveys can be really valuable, but they do require really, really strong promotion to ensure that you receive high participation. Engagement varies because you have to account for accessibility, inclusivity. It can be difficult to obtain a diverse response that's really reflective of the community that you serve without really focused and intense promotion and outreach. Not surprising, the highest level of engagement is social media. I've noted here as well that Nextdoor is specific to neighborhood level outreach only. And Facebook also fosters interaction where other platforms really focus on one-way broadcast of information. So Nextdoor is really useful for safety alerts or something specific to that neighborhood. Instagram has really high engagement. It's great for visual storytelling to showcase events or activities. Facebook has really strong reach for community events and for program promotion because, again, it focuses on that two-way interaction. X, or formerly Twitter, is good for very quick emergency alerts. Overall, it has seen declining engagement. Don't know all of the details specific to that, but that's just what research shows. And then LinkedIn is really for professional audiences only. So that just gives you a quick snapshot of how those particular sources are used. So next we're going to get into policy and recommended guidance for council. So we've told you how we interact in communications and sort of the way we use different tools. And so now we want to talk about that specific to council. So you'll recall that town council has your own set of rules and procedure. That's your mutually agreed upon guidance with one another about how to manage your work and your business with the town. Within that rules of procedure, you also have a social media policy for elected officials. Typically that's reviewed annually during council retreat, and you would reaffirm your commitment via an acknowledgement form. We understand there were a lot of circumstances that led not to being able to have the typical retreat back in January. So that exercise was missed and not able to take place. So what we want to do with you all tonight is just hit some high points within that policy and give you an opportunity. The clerk has provided that affirmation commitment form there at your places so that you can just take a second to think through that and then sign that reaffirming commitment statement. We provided your full policy in the agenda packet as attachment 1. The social media policy is numbered pages 42 through 44. The policy essentially encourages separate personal and professional social media accounts. It encourages including statements noting that your personal opinions are reflected on your personal accounts. It encourages including a notice on your professional accounts that any posts to or from on that page are subject to the North Carolina Public Records Law. And it encourages that you avoid policy debate, that you really use those platforms to inform, to share, and to encourage. Just be mindful that personal social media can become a public record depending on the content of the post or the messaging. Councilmember Garamella, did you have a question?
What are the repercussions if they are not followed? Because we signed the policy, but there's no teeth in it.
So we're actually going to get to that in a couple of slides. I apologize, I should have stated early on. We may actually answer questions that you have throughout the presentation, but hold that thought, and Laura actually will go over that. Yeah. So you don't have to do it at this very second, but before the night is wrapped, if you'll take a look at your form and get that signed and get that back to the clerk, we would appreciate that, and that will help us keep that affirmation commitment current. Excuse me. All right, so I'm actually going to turn it over to Laura now.
Perfect. So our social media goals are the same as yours, I would assume. We want to be accurate. We want to be honest and timely. We don't want to ever sacrifice any of these. And our social media platforms are for information sharing. So some examples, like Councilmember Garamella said, we did some research. Worst case scenario, we have an example. There was a mayor that was sued. He blocked a resident from Facebook pages because they were voicing their opposition to a development in town. We also found one where a South Salt Lake council member, he was suspended for the rest of his tenure. Disrespectful messages against staff, personal information about other council members, and there was news interviews, and people were saying it instilled fear in people and often diverted attention away from town business. So we just want to try to maintain those top 3 goals at the top. The next thing we want to cover is recorded meetings, which is where we are now. So when we are in a council meeting, it is recorded. We have in-person attendees, online viewers, and a lot of people play them back for reference. I pulled some numbers. We average about 160 views a council meeting, which is good. Live views is usually 10 to 12 people. That ranges from staff to residents. So we always want to remember people are always watching us. They're always listening. Be an active listener, because we're always, you don't know how someone can see something. If you're on your phone, if you're not paying attention, we just don't want anyone to think, we're not here for the town, we're here for the residents. So just some quick tips for why we are in session. Maintain professional appearances and demeanor, focus on the agenda discussion, and be an active listener. Refrain from eating, texting, shuffling papers, and just whispering, because we all know our microphones are very sensitive. There were a few examples that we had, and they're so unfortunate. There were some comments caught on a hot mic during a board meeting where a council member was calling someone stupid, and that obviously the media grabs a hold of that and takes off. That's not a phone call that town manager or Aaron would like to receive. There's also a school board member who was on a Zoom call and had a hot mic on and was talking about someone's physical appearance. So just things like that, just being mindful about our sensitive microphones.
And unfortunately, we were not able to play those examples. They had some ads and some commercials, and we can't get through that and get just to the example. But we can send those to you if you want to see them.
You can use your imagination. You understand.
No, we've read a few of these incidents. We've read about a few of these
Perfect.
incidents, so they're very close by too. So.
Perfect. So in the next slide, you're all familiar. You are an elected member of a body of 7. So just being mindful of language that you use, not only on social media or in written materials, but when you're doing press. So you want to make sure you say, my fellow council members and I will receive information. So that is accurate, honest, and timely. You probably don't want to say, myself and the town council will decide. While it is timely, it's not honest or accurate. So just being mindful about what you say.
All right, so quickly we're going to go over some tips for being contacted by the media. If that's for an interview, if it's for a soundbite, if it's in person, if it's via email, if they contact you over the phone. It's really good to just maintain an open dialogue with the town manager primarily for these types of situations for a couple of reasons. If it's related to town business, you want to ensure that you have consulted the town manager and or your fellow council members prior to an agreement to provide comment. The town manager can always reach out to communications. We can assist, we can provide talking points, we can help coordinate interview logistics, locations, different things like that. We're available to assist to the extent that the town manager directs us. And again, like Laura just touched on, indicate that the statements are yours alone and don't reflect the opinions of the full council unless you have gotten the consent from your fellow council members to do so. For other topics that are not related to town business, it's just good practice to indicate that those statements reflect your own personal opinions, they don't reflect the opinions of the town or of your elected position, and then inform the town manager and your fellow council members of those statements so that they're aware, so that they, don't get caught off guard or see those in the media or the press, or get questioned about them, anything of that sort. Just a couple of reminders. Council members may not use the town facilities or town images, so you can't use the town logo without getting prior notice, without giving prior notice to Town Manager Zudema. And political activity or campaigning is prohibited at town facilities and town events. So again, these are just reminders. It's not that these things have necessarily occurred, but just good things to keep in the back of your mind for any future needs.
And I'm just going to go over some FAQs for the last two slides, and then we will open it up for questions. So we always get questions concerning you're not seeing our posts from the town, or ensure that you're seeing all the posts. Unfortunately, the algorithm does change every day. It's not just you. Feeds are personalized, not chronological, so things get buried. Social media moves so quickly. So my tips, engage with our posts, share our posts, watch our videos, go to the town's profile, like some posts, and eventually the algorithm, it works very quickly. It will start catching up and pushing us up to the top. And when I say when council members share our posts, I do see a boost in engagement, and I think that's exciting for me to see because it's helpful. So this third question, does communications oversee town events? No, we don't. Town events are coordinated by our amazing Parks Department. The comms office does assist or plan groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, but the major events in town is the Parks Department. Do all town events get shared with media outlets? So they are not shared on an individual basis. We all have close relationships with media outlets, and we do send them outreaches with upcoming events, year ahead, things like that. For larger events, we do work with the Parks Department, and we do send out press releases for that. Our town social media is not used to advertise other events unless it is with the town of Morrisville. So we do get requests from outside vendors. Can you help us out, promote our event? The answer is no, unfortunately. Does the town follow and engage with all council members? So we do follow each of your public social media accounts, and if you're not following those, please let Aaron know. But we will not post to or comment on individual council members' accounts, nor will we share any posts. Another item, someone made a rude comment on a town social post. Can we block them? If it violates our town policy, we will block the specific comment. But we do not have the legal authority to block or prevent an individual from commenting. And what if someone makes a rude comment on your council member page? So as an elected official, you can't censor opposing comments or views on social media if it's used for official functions because they are considered a public forum. And as you know, these are all the ways you can engage with us. Like I said before, you engaging and sharing our posts is huge. I do see engagement numbers go up, and it's super helpful when we're trying to push big initiatives, let people know our events are coming up. So I appreciate all of that. Thanks.
We're happy to answer any questions you all might have. Councilmember Keston.
So what is a professional social media account?
So that would be your actual official council member account. So you may have your social media account as Harrison Kessling resident, but then you would have a professional council member Harrison Kessling account
Or candidate.
or a candidate account.
So I'd like to understand this distinction between a candidate account and an official town-provided account.
So it would not be town provided. It would be your transition from candidate to elected official.
Might have more questions on that, but
So I have I have a Liz Johnson account, like on Facebook. I'm active more on Facebook than anywhere else. And then I also have a page that's Liz Johnson, Morrisville Town Council member, or however I have it labeled. And so I distinguish between the two of them. Doesn't mean I share stuff on my personal account because I have I have a higher reach on my personal account, but I have a separate Liz Johnson Morrisville Council member page. So, I don't know if that helps.
So I think if I can understand the question he's asking is individual account, official account is the campaign account is equivalent to the official account.
I didn't hear the last part of your question.
So campaign account can be same as the official account?
Is it considered like an official account?
Because it's converted.
Is that a public record
It
account?
technically
It
can't.
can't.
Yeah, if I can defer to Assistant Town Attorney Jones.
Yes, so as a candidate, you're not an elected official. Once you become an elected official, if you were to convert that somehow to your council member page, that's when it would become a professional account.
Or you could start a new.
So what would be considered council member page? Because I'll give you my example, the page I used for my campaign, I continue to use that page to share anything I see from town of Morrisville or anything. So that would be considered the,
Yes, so that would be a professional page because you
Professional
are
page.
doing that in your capacity as a town council member.
right. So, and you manage everything through probably same account, so it's the page, the professional page we're talking about, not the account really, right?
so what happens when, an elected official now is a candidate again for reelection, and they are using this, what was a candidate social media account that presumably is converted to an elected official account that's now then used for campaigning again, because that's what its original purpose was.
I will have to defer again.
Yeah, so for me, the big issue is not the personal versus the professional in the sense that they always have to be separate. So your candidate page could have varying levels of what you needed to be. As a candidate, as a council member, you're going back to candidate. It's really more about what you're posting on those pages. And for example, in a candidate page or a personal page, if you have disclaimers there that says, these don't represent the views of the town of Morrisville, this is being stated in my personal capacity, that gives you some protection. It's when you start having a page that is focused solely on town business in your role as a council member that you get closer to the edge of First Amendment concerns, in that you then lose the ability to potentially to block people and delete comments and that type of thing.
So I'm hearing a very blurry line.
Yes and no. So the Supreme Court came out with a decision in 2024 that helped clarify some of this. You really are not acting as a state, as a government, as a state actor, unless you are posting things that you have been authorized to post in an official capacity, or unless you are portraying yourself as someone with authority to do that. So we have clearer lines now than we used to have. I think the point of this presentation is best practices would be to keep those things separate so there is no argument and so that we don't have to make the defenses that we have.
I think if that information could be shared, of that decision.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that.
And a question about that, would this policy have been before or after that decision created?
The individual social media policy,
Yeah. Like the initial, social media policy for elected officials, did that happen before this, came out?
it is.
Yeah. So presumably, if it's not been substantially updated, it might not have some of that guidance.
No, so this policy is consistent with law and is consistent with kind of best practices leading up to that Supreme Court decision. What the Supreme Court decision really did is better define when you are a state actor for purposes of First Amendment, but it doesn't change any of the guidance on the importance of kind of having a separation.
Okay. Another question here. So that one of the best practices was not to have policy debate on, what is it, the personal, would that be on personal and professional to avoid policy debate?
So I see the town manager shaking his head. We can't tell you what to do on your personal page, but knowing that members of the public know that you're also an elected official, I think, again, probably best practice is to avoid policy debate, but
I guess I'd like to understand what is considered policy debate.
town manager's evening.
So I think it's really the work of council. I mean, you set policy for the town, you make decisions for the town. So anything that really is related generally to your role as a council member, your work as a council member, I would put in that bucket.
Okay. I'll probably have more questions at later points in time.
I think I saw Councilmember Patel and then Mayor Colley.
So I have a couple of questions. One for the assistant attorney. The disclaimer that we talked about. So is it just sufficient to put disclaimer on the page as a whole, or do we need to have disclaimer for every post we put? Yeah.
So this might be too technical for my limited social media understanding. But yes, having the disclaimer that is front and center for the public when they go to your page is important. If the question is they didn't click on something and link, if they have to go through that front page to that link, I don't have as much concern about having the disclaimer on everything. But again, it's a small thing, and best practices would say make it as clear as you can that this is personal.
But I can have a post that somebody else shares and somebody will go directly to that post without having to go through the page.
Can you say that again?
So I can share something, and somebody else will share it, and then another person will click on that and go directly to my post without having to go through the page and the disclaimer that you would generally see.
I see.
So my real question is to the rest of the council members, how do you deal with it?
Once you send it off yours with disclaimer, if it doesn't carry through, it's not your problem.
Okay, so you just put it on your page.
You made a reasonable effort to let people know.
Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend, for Instagram, like, you know, when you go to someone's page, you have the About
Yeah.
Me. Facebook,
Same thing.
I mean, you're very active. You see what I'm talking about in the About Me. But there are samples of what you could add in the policy on page 42. Just throw it in there. It's a quick sentence, and I think that would be perfectly fine.
Okay. And the next question is also for, oh, here was it. Oh. For the rest of the council, which is, do you guys maintain a campaign page and a council page separately, or is that same?
It's the same.
Okay.
I'm not into double work.
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
Two's enough.
Because you want to show reelection.
Yeah.
You know, incumbency is good.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor Colley and then Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, so I have like a Facebook page that was my candidate and now it's my mayor page. So that's, and that also serves as a candidate page when that happens. My Instagram, however, is like just one. So that's, I don't do that much personal stuff. So that's mostly just posting about events that we're doing and things like this. But I guess I have a question. We don't want to talk about policy except for like when bonds are happening. Like the town cannot say vote in favor of this bond, but it is our role to kind of do that if we wish. So would that be a personal page only, or can we do that on our official professional page to encourage people to vote in favor of a bond? I know the town can.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine for your personal page if you're just putting the information out there.
Well, no, on my personal page, I want to tell people, please vote in favor of this bond. And I also want to do that on my professional page.
Yeah, those are both fine. I mean,
Okay.
you don't have any authority in your personal capacity to make announcements about voting, to force anybody to do anything, so that's all acceptable.
Okay, I'm just trying to sort of clarify here that that's a policy that we can talk about, but otherwise generally not, just inform people, I think, if that's helpful.
Councilmember Johnson, one quick question. Councilmember Garamella, did you have a question still, or?
I do, but I think that will be a long-winded. Let's take it off.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember.
So, I don't always do this, but I try to. My practice is, if I'm going to create a post that is somehow town-related, I will create it on my Liz Johnson Town Council member page, and then I'll share it on my personal page, so it appears in both places, but I try to create it on the Town Council page, so that's, hopefully takes care of that. And then the other thing about policy, the only thing, I do not talk policy on social media. And if somebody tries to engage me, I will typically say, I'm happy to meet with you. This topic is too important. I'm not doing this on social media. And honestly, I did that a lot for a long time. And now people kind of get it. So I still get kind of sucked in, and I get tagged, and I get tagged on my personal page. But I think the issues and the discussion we have on even the smallest issues deserve really good time to have a discussion, and that is not social media for me. So that's kind of my policy too when it comes to, so I'll share, like, you know, we're having a meeting, come at 5:30, 6:30, 7 o'clock, whatever it is, come to this event, that event, but I won't talk in detail about anything on social media. I will in person, for sure.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that's a really good point. It reiterates the last bullet on the slide in front of you, is that personal social media or your professional social media can be public record because it's based on the content. So if you do engage in policy discussion, if there were ever a public records request for all discussion related to the Pew House, I'll just say, that can go to your public or to your personal account, because it's based on the content of the discussion. And if it's related to the business of the town, doesn't matter where it occurs, because it's content-based. So Councilmember Johnson illustrates a good point there. Yes.
So is it, and I'm not trying to put this in a a gotcha or anything, but would it make sense to classify debate as a back and forth? Yeah. So if it is on Instagram, maybe an opinion on the campaign account, this policy or whatever, and it's posted, and debate happens, but the individual council member is not a part of that debate, but they wanted to spark the debate, with residents to, think about that for themselves. How would that fit in?
If I can ask a clarifying question, are you saying that other individuals, not the elected official, are using your particular page or platform for their own debate? Am I understanding correctly or no?
Yeah, let's say,
I can give you example, recent example. I posted on both my professional page and my personal page about the budget, asking people to express their opinion. I'm not engaging in it, but there are people posting it. I think what Councilmember Cassidy is trying to ask is if that.
Okay. And that's sort of what I was thinking. If you shared something and then others engaged in a back and forth dialogue or a debate, not you specifically, but they've engaged under a post. I'll defer to Lori, but.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful to think about this topic as two-tiered. So there are general policies that the town council has adopted for professionalism reasons, appearance to citizenry, that type of thing. And so we have that tier, and then we have the legal tier. And the legal tier is more focused on if you're going to have this public forum, that's fine, but you can't censor people, you can't block people. And so that's the main legal concern. And then underneath this, you have, well, what do we as a town council, as a group, want to portray to the public? So something like that, where there is debate going on in the comments, that is fine, but once you start heading down that road, if something is said that you don't like, you're losing more of your ability to control messaging on your personal page if that's where it's showing up. And so that's where this separation is nice, because you can keep control over the personal standpoint if you keep that type of government commentary out of it. It's much easier.
Understood.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you all very much. So very quickly, I forgot to add in, never mind. I was thinking of another presentation that I was finishing before I came here. Disregard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both very much, and if we get a chance to take a look at this and sign it and get it to the town clerk before we leave tonight, that would be wonderful. Our next item on the agenda is Cedar Fork Joint Use Agreement Second Amendment. We'll ask Michelle Stiegel, Planning Director, and Matthew Weatherall, Public Works Director, and Cindy King, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Director, and Brian Ray, Athletic Program Manager, to help facilitate this discussion. And questions at the end, or how do you want to do it?
Questions at the end would be preferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so good evening. I'm going to be presenting an overview of the proposed updates to the joint use agreement for Cedar Fork Elementary School. And just as a refresher, the amendments are proposed in relation to the opening of the new Morrisville High School, which is planned for the fall of 2027, and the joint use athletic facilities for the high school that are being constructed at Cedar Fork Elementary. As Mayor Colley indicated, there are a group of us here this evening. So I do want to recognize all of my colleagues. I won't repeat all of their names. But I do want to say that this has really been a collaborative effort. I'm presenting tonight But there have been a lot of people involved in these discussions and these negotiations. And, you know, I did ask Public Works and Parks and Recreation to join me because they really are the experts when it comes to town facility maintenance, parks programming, and that sort of thing. So just a brief overview of the presentation. I'm going to talk about the history of the project, the changes to the project scope, an overview of the proposed joint use agreement amendments, some project cost, and next steps. And again, I think it's important to reiterate that really the purpose of amending this joint use agreement is to help facilitate the construction of a new public high school for Morrisville. And I'm going to go over some of that history with you. A typical area required for a high school is 70 acres. And as many of you know, a high school was long desired in Morrisville. Multiple sites were looked at over a number of years. And we faced a variety of challenges trying to find property that was suitable for a high school in Morrisville. So what changed? This really started with Wake Technical Community College. They owned all of the land that you're seeing kind of colored on the slide. And they originally had plans to expand the campus into that entire area through some phased projects that were going to occur over a period of time. With COVID, more use of remote classes, looking at their overall facilities and locations. That plan was scaled back considerably, and they no longer had the desire to build out the whole campus. That initiated a discussion between the Wake County Public School System and Wake Tech that really was the beginning of a great partnership between all three parties. So the overall framework of the larger project and effort is contained within an interlocal agreement. And so just as a refresher, that overall partnership included the purchase of 34 acres of land by Wake County Public School System from Wake Technical Community College. The town also owned this property here. Manager Zudema negotiated that purchase a number of years ago. It was originally intended for a new fire station, but in order to make the site work, incorporating that piece into this 34 acres was critical. So there was kind of a land swap, if you will, where this was sold to Wake County Public Schools, and we now have a 100-year lease on property to the south, generally in this location where that new fire station will be going. This agreement is also what resulted in the land lease that the town has with Wake Tech for acreage in this area. I think it's about 18 or 19 acres of land that we are leasing from Wake Tech. It's a 25-year lease with an option for 5-year renewals. Wake Tech did not want to sell off this land. They don't have any immediate plans to develop it, but they did want to hold on to ownership in the event that they do want to build into this area in the future. And then one of the last pieces was the joint use of athletic facilities at Cedar Fork Elementary School. So I mentioned earlier that a typical high school requires 70 acres. The property that Wake County, the Wake County school system purchased was only 35. So because of that, there was a lot of work, a lot of discussion, a lot of evaluation, trying to figure out where the typical amenities that support a high school, athletic fields and other items, where those would be located. And one of the locations for some of those was at Cedar Fork Elementary. So this was the original plan. And again, there was already a joint use agreement in place for Cedar Fork Elementary due to the community center that is located there. So the original agreement talks about the community center. It also talks about town use of some of the outdoor space in association with the community center. That original agreement was amended in 2022 to accommodate the vision, which was originally a softball field to support the new high school, 6 tennis courts, and then some associated amenities with a restroom and storage building, parking lot, and some stormwater facilities. And then I'll also ask you to take note of this existing multi-purpose field in the back that was not part of the original renegotiated agreement. In the interest of time, I know you guys do have budget to get to. I'm not going to go over all of the past actions. But do want to point out that between April and October of 2022, a lot of work happened, and there were a lot of pieces that needed to come together to support the overall effort. So you see a number of memorandums of understanding being entered into around October of 2022. And then in October, numerous agreements, rezoning amendments, CTP amendments, a lot of different actions and pieces to the puzzle that we had to make fit in order to make the site work. And I just provide that overview because as we move on in the presentation, we're going to be getting into kind of the specifics of the amendments to the joint use agreement, that the second amendment now to the joint use agreement for Cedar Fork. But I think it's important to put in context that this agreement was not originally negotiated independently. It was negotiated as part of a larger whole, and it was just one piece of that larger whole and that overall puzzle and effort. But the First Amendment to the agreement, just in very general terms, Wake County Public School System was responsible for construction of the new athletic amenities. So the tennis courts, the softball field, the parking, the storage room, restroom buildings, they were responsible for construction. Generally speaking, the town was responsible for maintenance. And then in exchange for overseeing maintenance, the town was given the right to use the facilities when it was not being used by the Wake County Public School System. The other part of that is that the Wake County Public School System agreed to incorporate additional requested amenities into the design at the town's request and at the town's cost. So there was a lot of discussion at the time about lights, which Wake County Public School System did not plan on putting in, but that would give the town additional use and hours on those fields. And so the First Amendment does specifically talk about the lights. It does specifically talk about a storage building that the town would need for maintenance, but there was just general language that as we got into design, we would work together, and if there was a reasonable ask, the school system would try and incorporate that. So what has changed? And I think most of you are aware that as the project moved forward for various reasons, the future high school site and the future middle school site swapped. So the high school that was originally intended to be next to the Wake Tech campus off of Paramount is now going in next to Parkside Elementary. And what was going to be the high school site is now the middle school site. And that was done for various reasons: rock, grades, cost. But the result of it, there were some design changes that came across as a result of that. One of those is that the softball field at Cedar Fork Elementary was converted to a multi-purpose field. Softball is now going elsewhere. And the existing multi-purpose field that's located in the back of the building now, that is proposed to be upgraded and also utilized by the Wake County Public School System, which was not originally planned. So this is an updated rendering You could see the new multi-purpose field. You could see the existing multi-purpose field in the back. The remainder of the sketch plan is very close to the original plan. You still have the 6 tennis courts, the parking lot, and the stormwater facility. So what are the impacts of the changes? Again, that first amendment to the agreement essentially said, when the school system isn't using the fields, the town has the right to use the fields and the tennis courts. But with a softball field, there's a certain amount of use. Changing that to a multi-purpose field, there's going to be a lot more activity and a lot more use of the fields by Wake County Public School System than was originally anticipated. So we're looking at men's and women's soccer, both junior varsity and varsity, men and women's lacrosse, both junior varsity and varsity, women's flag football varsity with the potential to add junior varsity. Of note is that the school is not anticipating to use the fields, either of them, for marching band or football practice. That's important because a lot of wear and tear comes from those two activities in particular. And then just as a reminder, with the school system's model, when they open a high school, they open with 9th and 10th grade. So when the school initially opens, they'll be opening with just JV sports. And as the school transitions to all 4 years, they'll be adding varsity sports. So the facility will start off with a little less usage, and it will ramp up as the school ramps up to all 4 years.
Not a question, but I don't see the baseball, which agreement with Cary was done, right?
Yeah, the baseball is still going, USA Baseball and Cary.
Yeah, because you were not mentioning that, so I just wanted to bring it up.
Baseball, track, football, not mentioning those in this presentation, but those are all going in different locations as well. Okay. So at your May 26th meeting, you're going to be seeing some proposed changes to the original agreement. And we want to provide an overview to council of those proposed changes, answer any questions that you may have about them. One thing that staff has been working hard with the school system on over the last few months is better defining the town's use of the fields. Again, with the First Amendment to the agreement, the town could use it when the school wasn't. But just with the increased activity, we wanted to make sure that the maintenance costs that we were putting in were still worth it. And as we move on in the presentation, you will see some capital cost for some add-ons that we are recommending. Again, wanted to make sure that, you know, those costs were worth it and we're able to share information with you as well. So the revised agreement that you will see in late May, school year weekdays, tennis and the main multi-purpose field would be available for town use from 6 to 10. Multi-purpose field number 2 would be available starting at 5. And we say 10 o'clock just because that's the time that we close most of our parks, or all of our parks, so we're trying to be consistent across town. On weekends, the tennis courts and multi-purpose field number 1 would be available to the town after 10, multi-purpose field number 2 after 8. Summer, which generally runs from mid-June to the first week of August, the town would be able to use the fields pretty much whenever it wanted. And then the school would start using the fields again that first week of August. They usually start, you know, some summer athletic camps and programs at that point. But they would really only be using the fields early in the morning when it's a little cooler. So we would still have some good use of the fields in the afternoons. And again, beyond these times, if the school isn't using the fields, it would still be available for us. So we would receive a schedule for the school year, end of March, early of April every year. That's important because it helps the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department program They usually start to program space about 6 months ahead of time. And under the current agreement, meetings are held 3 times a year to coordinate schedules, and those would continue as well. A couple other items of note, or a few other items of note. Originally, we were contemplating constructing a separate storage building for the town for maintenance equipment. The current plans do show a joint building, so a restroom building with an attached storage building. Within that storage building, there'd kind of be a fence or a gate that separates the school's portion from the town's portion, but we're looking at one combined building. The school system would pay for construction of that building. The town would pay only for its portion of the connected storage building. And then there has been discussion about security cameras, Wi-Fi, smart systems technology. We wanted to make sure that we were providing a similar level of service at this location as we do other town facilities. IT Director Ralph has met with the school system a couple times. There is conduit being installed to support future installation of those items. And the storage building has been sized to accommodate the associated electronic equipment and requirements. But for a variety of reasons, it's going to be easier to install those kind of separately after the fact. So that is currently the plan, is get the conduit in, get everything set up, and then come in afterwards and install that equipment. These are the additional requests that staff has made that we've been talking to the school system about. The lights are something that council has discussed before. The storage building is something that council's discussed before. But just to run through these, the tennis court lights would be about $300,000. Multi-purpose field number 1 lights around $225,000. Multi-purpose field lights for the second field, about $113,000. We are proposing to stripe 3 of the tennis courts for dual use as pickleball. That cost is about $3,000. Are proposing a tennis back hit at about $36,000. Our portion of the storage building is about $213,000. And then the conduit for the future IT equipment is about $30,000. We are still working through some details of electronic locks for the bathroom storage building, and as of a meeting today, we're not going to need those for the tennis courts. But we put in a placeholder cost of about $50,000 for those. I do expect that cost to be considerably less. I think Stevens from Public Works just shared with us an estimate for some locks we did at Morrisville Community Park that were about $4,000. But always want to put in a larger number than a smaller number for you. So that's a placeholder right now. If you're looking at the overall cost plus a 15% contingency, which is what Wake County Public Schools uses, you're at $1.126 million, and that's the current estimate. We also put in there with a 25% contingency what that would be, because that is the town standard, is to do a 25% contingency. But with the agreements that you will see at the end of May, we are working off of Wake County Public School System numbers. They are the manager of this project. And there's going to be a do not exceed number in that agreement that's going to be based off of a 15% contingency. I did want to note that go back just over a month ago, the cost estimate was upwards of $2.3 million. So there was a lot of work done at the staff level, planning, engineering, parks and recreation, particularly looking at the lights and the lighting levels. The lighting levels, as we took a closer look at them, there were a number of poles. The lighting levels were very high. And so there was some significant redesign done there to cut down the number of poles. We don't need something for competition play. We just need something for practices. And we also wanted to make sure that we weren't overly bright and being sensitive to the neighbors as well. So the cost for the multi-purpose fields, each of those fields was originally about $500,000 apiece, just shy of $500,000 apiece. So I do want to recognize the work that went into the redesign of the lights to get that cost down. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department is also going to be applying for a $45,000 grant to help with some of the costs of the tennis courts. And right now, the town's CIP does include $1.5 million in fiscal year 27 to support the project, so we are within that budget. In terms of maintenance cost, if you look at the original agreement and the First Amendment, the town is responsible for maintenance of the athletic fields, the tennis courts, playground equipment, storage facilities, parking lot routine maintenance, major maintenance. For example, if the parking lot needed reconstructed, that's split 50-50. The annual routine maintenance costs are estimated to be about $59,000 a year. That includes material, staff, stormwater, and equipment. That's an increase of approximately $33,000 from today. And we do anticipate one new ground maintenance position will be needed, not just to support Cedar Fork Elementary School, but just the growth in grounds needs that we're seeing townwide. The one item you don't see on here that we're still flushing out is maintenance costs for the restrooms.
No pun intended.
Sorry. Those are looking like they're going to be split just by percentage use and percentage time that the school system uses the facility versus us. And that's looking to be, I believe, a 66% us, 34% school split, and that's for janitorial maintenance. Other larger maintenance of the building itself would be the responsibility of the school. And again, want to circle back to the benefits of the agreement. It helps support the larger project and vision. It provides additional recreational amenities to the town at a lower cost than would occur as opposed to the town separately purchasing and developing property. And it provides an overall benefit to the taxpayers with the school and the town working together to use facilities jointly. And for fun, I thought it might be, you might want to see some of the pictures of the new school facility, the new Morrisville Trailblazers that we're going to be excited to welcome next fall. So that is a rendering of the future high school building. And then this is a rendering of the future middle school that's going to be going in on the Paramount site next to Wake Tech. So next up, there are going to be a variety of agreements on your May 26th agenda for consideration. Again, the main thing is going to be the Second Amendment to the Joint Use Agreement for Cedar Fork. You are also going to see two other agreements. One is an amendment to the overall ILA. That was the framework for the overall partnership. The amendments to that agreement are pretty minor. References to high school are just being replaced with school. And then there was a reference to a cross connection between what is now the middle school site and the fire station site that with grades just isn't going to be workable. But the amendments to that agreement are really just limited to those two things. And then the interlocal infrastructure provision or cost agreement is going to list out the additional amenities that the town wants, state again that we're responsible for those costs, and it's going to include that do not exceed number. Wake Tech did approve the ILA amendment at their April 21st meeting. The school board is scheduled to review and take action of the agreements in June. Bids will be received in late May. The current agreements say that there's no commitment to additional costs by the town until the final bids are known, but The cost agreement you're gonna see is gonna be based off of the estimate. And then the school system has requested a decision by May 29th regarding what improvements the town does and does not want to proceed with. The site plan review is in progress. It is on schedule for approval in June. And construction should be beginning in July, in time for the work to be complete by next summer before the new school opens. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to council. I'll take any questions you have, but we're really looking for feedback on the additional amenities, any feedback you have about what you may or may not want to go forward with. Obviously, you have staff's recommendation, and then any other questions you have as well. And again, I have a group of people here to help answer those questions. So, Councilmember Patel.
You want to facilitate?
So thank you for this. I'm sure this has been going on for a while, and you guys have put in a lot of time and effort. It is a bit new for myself and Councilmember Castling, so I may have questions that some of you already know the answers to. Will these amenities be available for use to public at or free of cost? Right.
I will, some of the space could potentially be rented. I'll let either Cindy or Brian maybe address that.
So, good evening. Brian and I will tag team because he's going to be doing some of the programming. But yes, the amenities will be open to the public when not in use. However, it's going to be during the times that were listed, weekdays, weekends, because when school's in session, we can't use those amenities.
So 6 to 10 most of the days.
Yes, and after 10, I believe, on Saturdays.
You mentioned something maybe rented. Is anything going to be available for rental, or everything is free of cost to residents?
Why I have these guys here.
Our initial plan is to do some renting, but we're also going to be having some programs in the space as well.
Okay, so for example, tennis courts, will we be charging us in some ways, or?
So the tennis courts, right now, we partner with Western Weight Tennis Association. And so we will be programming through them as much as we can.
For a fee.
Yes, yes, just like we normally do at MAFC, or I think they're out at MCP right now. Yes.
Okay.
And then for the fields, NCFC Youth Soccer Association, they're always asking for soccer space. That's one of the biggest soccer groups around. We're hoping to do our own flag football, things of that nature on the multipurpose fields, and that would be program related. But the NCFC Youth would be a rental program.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I think you mentioned that because we changed it to multi-purpose fields, it's going to be available less for us to use. So if you go to page 16 and look at the table, what was it going to be originally? I mean, before that change.
So we had requested to come in at, I believe it was 5 p.m. on the multipurpose fields. And because of the nature of the school's programs, 6 o'clock was the earliest that we could get in. And that's typical of Wake County JUA usage. So they really wouldn't bend on that.
Okay, so we probably lost by an hour or something.
Correct.
I had a question about recurring costs, but I think we already addressed that. I think that's it for me for now.
Okay.
I'm not sure who was next. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Garamella.
Couple of quick questions. One is, when we have a significant amount of construction at the site, does it now prompt for a second exit? We're still using one exit. That's against our town norms of, you need two exits into it.
Yeah, there is going to be kind of a construction management plan that we'll be working with them on. The First Amendment to the agreement talks about making sure, access to the community center remains available, and other things, but we'll be involving, our fire and police to make sure that we have appropriate emergency.
Yeah, that is for the construction, but I'm saying technically, any site usually of this magnitude has two exits and entry. It has been a long outstanding that Cedar Fork might be grandfathered in, but when you put a new permits in, technically those things come into play. So I don't see that getting into play here.
We weren't anticipating hitting any of those triggers to bring the site into conformance, because there isn't work being done on the building itself.
Okay. All right. And then, why do we need, the reason I'm asking with the reason, because we spent close to $500,000 at Church Street for the facilities to do that. At that time, that was the budget. I don't know after that what it was. Every place we have huge structures, and most of them are close by. Why can't they be going from Church Street, which is down the street, to spend $200,000 on a shed to store something which is less than, I would say, 2 blocks away?
Matt, do you want to address that?
Yeah, sorry, would you mind saying that one more time?
So what I'm trying to say is, every facility, we spent a lot of money on Church Street. The budget was more than $500,000 for that structure, which was built, and plus additional, and every park we have something. And all parks are very close by. They're not far off. So why do you need such a big structure when you're less than 2 blocks from Church Street that you can basically transport your stuff there?
And we are planning to transport most of our equipment for like the field maintenance. The structure that's going to be built on this park site is going to be more for providing storage for like programming related assets, not necessarily field maintenance assets.
But the programming is not paid by, like, they're all outsourced. Like, Western tennis and then the soccer. So why are we paying for their storage?
Well, we get a portion of that storage, and that gives us flexibility that if we do need to find things that are specific to this facility we need to store there, we can do that. And again, if there's things with programming like field striping, things that we're doing in-house potentially, that's what this facility is for. But we will be bringing most of our lawn care maintenance stuff with us, not leaving it at the facility.
Okay. Because the costs just go up because that's the biggest ticket item there. And we are less than a block away from Church Street. That's the reason. Otherwise, I could understand that. And then going back to Councilmember Patel, so technically there is not a whole lot of free time when you're programming all those things for the regular citizens. Is that my assumption correct? Like, you guys will be programming it to the best use, and pretty much if I as an individual want to go play there, I cannot because it's already given contracts to play with some programming.
So for the most part, you are accurate in that assessment. I think the benefit of having the additional time during the summer gives us a lot of flexibility in the things that we can offer the community. A lot of the things that will be taking place for the school will, of course, be a part of the community as well, because we'll be servicing the Morrisville citizens and not particularly Cary citizens, because this is Morrisville High School.
So I think that there's maybe a give and take there that needs to be considered. Ultimately, we'll maximize the amount of space that we can use and the amount of time that we'll have it. The thing that I worked with Wake County's overall athletic director on was how we would be able to use that second field more, as opposed to not having access to it. We'll say as much as we would want to, as much as they would want to. So there was a back and forth there. So hopefully, you know, the things that we negotiated and asked for will give us that time. So where you see in the summer where it says all day, in August where it says after 10 a.m., we have the vast majority of the day. We'll work with the school so when they're transitioning out of season that we'll put in free time for the community as well.
Yeah,
because
I think it's better to advertise that because there has been fights in the past where people wanted to go play cricket at Shallow and TCL guys said it's already, we have taken it over. So you can't play it anytime as a free time. So those things need to be very clearly. That's the reason I'm asking because it's a new amenity. People will be all pumped up and excited. And someone will say, sorry, we are booked it, you know.
Well, the major difference between this location and Shiloh is that we control Shiloh all day. And so with the school, because when they're in school, we can't put individuals on the campus itself because that's not a Wake County policy, correct? So that's where the challenge comes in. That's why it's a little misleading and it may seem as if we're not going to get a lot of time, but we'll get a lot more time than we initially had talked about.
And why after 10? I'm like, people usually like to play early morning. Why is that after 10?
Well, Wake County has the ability to, and this is at all their facilities, when they're in summer or not in season, on the weekends, the kids do get an opportunity to practice and train.
Okay, so it is used by someone. So
yes,
like I didn't want, as long as it's used by someone, then I'm fine. Otherwise, like 10 o'clock on a weekend is too late already on Sundays.
No, understood.
Okay, and the last question is, my understanding is high school gets done by 2:20. That's where the bell is. I think if my correct, it's been a long time for my kid. And then 3:45 is the bell for the elementary school. So when the kids, high school kids, will be coming here and playing, will that take away time of any of those fields that the elementary schools could be using in the last 1.5 hours? Or is it not, they will not be using these amenities?
So typically the elementary school now doesn't use the fields in the evening. And they, from my understanding, won't use the fields in the evening. They will have access to it at some points during the day, but there's also a third field that's on the backside that they would have access to as well.
And always there is a lot of scare between an elementary school and a high school together. And now you are getting a whole bunch of people from the high school just next to the elementary school and playing. So not our problem from a security point of view. Is there anything that has been talked about?
Based on the conversations I've had with Athletic Director Cope for Wake County, is that they're taking those things into consideration. Okay. And that's part of the meetings that we'll have with them. We'll get a better understanding of how they're going to schedule things throughout the course of the year. So you have
as long as we don't want to get into
Correct.
any of that. So I hope everything goes well. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Johnson?
So I too wanted to talk about this slide, and I think you answered most of my questions. I wanted to make sure we're getting as much opportunity as possible to use the fields. So how about like spring break, teacher work days? Are they for us as well, the town to schedule? Okay. And then kind of getting back to what Councilmember Patel was talking about, of all these hours that we have at the town's use of the courts and the multi-purpose fields, like what percentage of it's going to be programmed and what percentage is going to be free for residents to kind of utilize? Do you have a feel for that yet?
Not really.
We hadn't got that deep into the details of it yet. We started getting so pressed about the hours themselves, that generally, my staff and I have talked about what we want to put out there, but we don't have a prolonged game plan just yet.
Okay. So tell me, give me an idea of like another facility where you have programming that you have at a fee, and what percentage of time is available to the public for free? Do you have any, just give me a feel for that. And I'm not going to hold you to a percentage, but I'm just curious, how much free time is there? Because I know you program a lot of great stuff. So do you?
Yeah, MCP is a good example for the tennis courts and pickleball courts. We try to balance out that open play with our program, with our instructors. And that's during the week, so it might be something like Monday, Wednesday programming, Tuesday, Thursday free play. And then on weekends, typically, because we've talked about Western Weight Tennis Association, they typically do something like in the mornings up until about noon, and then afternoon is the free play.
Okay, so you're going to do the same kind of thing here as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to try to balance it out as much as possible.
Okay, okay, thank you. And then the only other question I have is on slide 18, and the lighting of both multi-purpose fields. You know, originally when it was a ball field and we were putting lights, I felt good about that. Now they're just multi-purpose fields. So, and in your presentation, you talked about the multi-purpose fields from Wake County standpoint are going to be soccer and lacrosse. So what are we going to program on multi-purpose fields that would justify putting lights then?
That's an athletics question.
Yeah.
So we would begin to supplement some of the same programming. So whereas they would have lacrosse, flag football, for girls and things of that nature, we'll begin to implement programs like that to help feed into it through both the middle school and then the high school. So much like we do volleyball, we started out with very young girls and started to basically and so we'll do the same thing with whatever sports they decide, because they haven't ultimately decided what sports they're going to have. My hope is that they won't have as many as we have listed, which would give us more time earlier in the day. So I've got probably my fingers crossed about a few things.
Okay. And I think you have a bullet down here that talks about the lights on the tennis courts, that you're looking for a grant, but you are lighting the tennis courts too, right? Okay, why isn't that a line item on here?
The tennis court lights are close to 300,000.
Say one time.
The tennis court lights are close to 300,000.
Okay, that's not on my top line.
Yeah.
Very top.
I will say after we published,
It's
we
not on
saw
my
that
presentation.
one of the versions had that cut off, so our apologies for that. We caught that late yesterday that somehow that got cut off.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very nice presentation. I've been a long proponent of a high school for Morrisville, and finally we're on the cusp of having it all come together. So thank you for all the work with the team and with the, members of the school. They've been around and around. One thing that we haven't really discussed is the middle school, and they're trying to do a lot of work for that. Is that a different timeline? Are we going to have some shared amenities requested of the town for that? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the middle school right now is planned to open in 2030. Now, the Wake County Early College component of that, WESIB, I can never say it right, they're going to move in 29, and then the middle school opens in 30. Those plans have been submitted. We have planted the seed that we will likely want to talk to them about maybe some joint use of the gymnasium. So I think you may be hearing about that in the future. The other thing that probably good to bring up and just start to get on your radar. With those plans coming in, the TIA was just completed. If you are not aware, by general statute, if road improvements are required for a school, the municipality needs to pick those up. You cannot force the school system to put in the road improvements. I still need to get a full debrief from our transportation planner, but I understand that there are a number of recommendations for turn lanes and other things. Planting the seed, they're going to be doing the design work this year. And there is potentially a future ask, fiscal year 28 as part of your CIP to do some road work to accommodate the middle school. But I just don't have enough specifics on that right now. So just giving you a heads up that we're just starting to get into what that might look like.
Well, I think that's important. There's also, for those that have recently joined us in January, there is a park that Morrisville will have that is adjacent to the new middle school that we haven't even begun considering programming or what that could be imagined as. But that will be something that we'll have to consider as we go forward with road improvements and access and so forth like that. So we have a vested interest in that amenity as well. So I'm going to kind of second and support some of the comments that have already been stated, just so that you have a good understanding of the feeling of the council. I think that we are going to lose event space through this enhancement of these sports fields in addition of the tennis courts and the multi-use. So I just think that is important for the public to understand, is that we have enjoyed having events at Cedar Fork Community Center, but that will not have the same opportunity, with the wide open space, because it will have facilities on it that will have different levels of programming at different points in time. So we'll have to be looking at, the soccer fields or other, reusing the town hall as we used to use in years past.
And town center will be opening up as well.
Well, that goes without saying, yes, very good point. I wanted to make sure that we have enough open play for the public. I feel like there is an intense pressure on the Parks Department to make sure that their fees are cost recovery and that they're getting contracts to kind of recover some costs from some, tennis association and so forth. But we really, really need to look at how we're going to have the public enjoy those amenities as well. I do not want to overprogram. I do not want to put so many contracts. We've been requested to have more pickleball courts, and the school is basically building us more pickleball courts. So let's let that open play for pickleball and that demand for both tennis and pickleball be met through open play. If we have a contract with the Tennis Association at MAFC, we don't need to add more players. We can allow the public to have more opportunity. I see a trend of trying to get more costs, but let's focus on more value to our public. The multi-use, I'm not really clear yet. I know there's a lot of opportunities and we do programming for youth and so forth, but we need to also look at the missing served members of our community, which are the youth, not the elementary schools. But it seems like we don't have enough programming for our teenage groups that are not necessarily high school related. They might just be community related. And I think there's an opportunity with this, these upgrades to reimagine the programming and try to fill more different opportunities for the youth in our community. I think that would be a really great thing. So getting back to budget, flipping the narrative a little bit, it was nice to know that the cost of maintenance goes from 33,000 to 59,000, but that's not the full cost. The full cost is including another FTE. So that would be nice to know what an estimated grounds person would be so that we totally understand the full cost of this. It's not an additional 33,000, it's an additional over 100,000 because you have a person with benefits and so forth like that.
Yeah, and I'll invite Matt up to address that, but I think the intent is that that person would not just service this facility, but other facilities as well.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. That, the position identified up there would be serving a few other spots too, wouldn't be dedicating all that. But we did look at this as an hourly rate with our labor of how many hours are actually spending there and applying an hourly rate to that. And that's where that number came from. But yeah, the position that we're requesting isn't going to be completely dedicated to this this park. It's just going to help us with this park plus all the natural expansion we've had of grounds over the last few years.
Great, thank you. Okay, I have a little list. It's not always neatly aligned, but carpool is a big thing for Cedar Fork. And carpool is after the high school lets out. So if someone wants to go after high school to their sports practice at Cedar Fork, there could be a lot of cars from parents that are picking up their students. So that would be a special interest to make sure that that is navigated well.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Brian if I misspeak. The students from the high school would be bused after school over to the practice facilities at Cedar Fork, and then I think they leave directly from Cedar Fork. They don't get bused back to the school. Do you remember?
Yeah, what I know.
Okay. Okay. It would be nice to understand that a little bit more as we, get more plans, because parking with that many active players and participants will probably not be sufficient for a little parking lot. Also, I would like to see a second exit, if not a proper exit, at least for a fire truck. Like we've had Greenway access with the 3 removable access so that we could get emergency services in a hot minute if we needed to. It doesn't have to be a proper driveway, but if we need to get a fire truck down to a field, or at least some of the equipment down to a field, we could do it quickly versus have a lot of navigation if we get it. I know we've done it in the past where it wasn't really possible to get a true second exit through some of the private developments that we've had, but we've been able to do at least a temporary fire access exit. There's one along the Cotton Place has one. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know the proper term, but.
So just a follow-up question to that, and I understand the interest. If that is something that we proceeded with, it would be an additional town cost. So just want to note that.
And public safety is utmost important to me. Lives matter, and speed is very important to get access when an emergency happens. There's a whole host of things, medical, and so forth.
Yes, it just comes to us if it is outside the school boundary, but they have work to do inside too. So it's a dual game.
Yeah, just be aware.
With Parkside, I had good.
Okay. I think that covers my comments for right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mayor Kelly? Mayor Pro Tem? Can you hear me, Mayor Pro Tem Rabani?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I also wanted to talk about the intersection between the high school kids and the Cedar Fork, regular Cedar Fork traffic, because there's an after-school program there. It's a very well-attended after-school program. And I think that unless things have changed a lot, between 2:20, I guess I'd call it 3 o'clock, and 6 o'clock, there will probably be a turnover in practices there. So I understand that, I mean, right now, everyone in the high school is going to be in 9th and 10th grade. They won't have driver's licenses, so they have to be bused there. So do we have an understanding with Wake County that they have to be bused there, even if they have their own cars? Because you just said they're not going back to the high school, but when they have their own cars, they're going to have to.
Yeah, I will have to
So
confirm.
I just want to make sure we're kind of thinking long-term about that.
I will need to confirm if they're getting bused back to the school. I think that's the part we're unsure about, but in a number of meetings with them, they have talked about busing the full teams together for practice from the high school to the elementary
Right.
school.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Michelle, is that right now, they're busing them all because they don't really have any choice. Nobody has a driver's license. But in 2 years, when they have juniors and seniors, those kids are going to drive to school. And what I'm saying is that I just want to make sure that we're thinking long-term, because from my point of view, we want all the kids arriving there by bus and either going home by bus or getting picked up. I mean, really, I'd rather they went back to the high school by bus and got picked up there, to be honest with you, because I think that sets us up better for the long term, when there will be kids that'll have to get back to the school because they have cars there. I'm sorry, I missed that. Somebody just said something?
No, that was an error. We're fine.
Oh, okay. So that's one thing. And then I see down here on this slide, the town CIP accounts for 1.5 million in FY27. So this money is already budgeted for this project, correct?
Correct.
It's in the budget that we're looking at now?
Yes.
Okay. So we're within $100,000 right now of what's currently budgeted. So can you go over again what is plus 15% of the Wake County, 15% contingency for the WCPSS budget estimate, and then the standard 25% town commission? Are we paying, what are we actually paying there?
Yeah, I could see how that could be somewhat confusing. We just presented the 25% contingency because that's the town standard. But what we are working off of is the 15% contingency. So in the draft agreement we have right now, and we're still finalizing and tweaking, the numbers a little bit, but the draft that we have right now has a do not exceed number in it of 1.126 million, based off of that 15% contingency.
Okay, and that is everything that's on this list?
Correct.
Except obviously the electronic locks. And so I don't actually have to, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson's point, this is the capital infrastructure that's going to go in, and then is the operational cost on another slide, or where was that? Because I think I might have missed it.
That's okay.
Okay.
The operational cost is on slide 19. And that's currently we're spending about $33,000 a year. We're estimating that will go up to about 59,000. Now, that does not yet include the cost share for the restroom, so we do need to finalize that number and add that in.
That's not how it is, though. It's an increase of approximately 33,000, so.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're gonna devote about half of this, the $59,000 includes half of a staff member, as you said, and then material, stormwater, et cetera?
No, the $59,000 that's represented up there is based on our projections of how many actual hours we're planning to be at the field for maintenance, and then applying our hourly rate for staff for that. So that's where we calculate that 59,000 per year. So that doesn't explicitly cover the entire FTE
Okay.
related to that.
Right, okay, I understand that, thank you. So, and another question that came up when I was listening to everybody talk about the fact that we're losing open space for people, just regular people that aren't in a program that just want to go play on some open space. It occurred to me that many of those people may choose the cricket field as their alternate open space. So, which is concerning to me. So is there another space that I'm missing where there's like open play area like that could take some of the kind of the runoff of people that currently use that big Cedar Fork field now?
It looks like Brian wants to say something, but I will note Town Center coming online roughly within a similar time frame should help out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's
And we're
one
not going to
location.
be, go ahead, sorry, Brian.
Okay, so I apologize. The town center is one location, but Cedar Fork District Park also has some open spaces that we could utilize there. We don't schedule or rent all of the fields at one time. We try to make sure we have some space that's available on any given evening at Cedar Fork District Park.
Okay, so I think that part of the go-to-market for this big change should be, part of it at least should be acquainting people with the other areas where there's still open fields. Because I do think that the people that use those facilities love them. And, I think that to allay some of their concerns that they're not going to have anywhere to play, like pickup soccer or whatever they're playing out there, I think that we should include in the change management plan that we socialize all of the open green space in town, like just as a refresher.
I think we can manage that. Right now, we do have our parks facility aide that does go around in the evening. And so when he does see groups that are consistently coming out and playing, he's trying to redirect them to the open spaces that we have available.
Oh, that's great. Okay, good for you. All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Welcome.
Okay, and then I wasn't sure Mayor Colley or Councilmember Kessling who was next.
It's myself, then Councilmember Kessling, then we'll circle back around. Thank you very much. Really good presentation. And to add on to some of those other spaces, there's Crouching Nature Park, Morrisville Community Park, and Shiloh, where people are already doing overflow and things like that, just like using the community park. I just had a couple items. I know we are within budget on what we're looking at, but it sure would be nice, I think, if we had an artificial turf field somewhere in town. If not the big field multi-purpose, maybe the second one, if we could do a cost share with Wake County Public Schools, I'd be very interested in knowing if they'd be interested in doing something like that. I see staff saying no.
At present, Wake County does not have any artificial turf fields specifically for their practice facilities, and that's what they're considering this to be. The only way they have done it in the past is to go into an agreement with NCFC Youth, in which they would end up with the majority of the space, meaning NCFC Youth would.
So would they go into the agreement with us if we footed the bill? Because that's what NCFCU is doing.
There is no
precedent.
There's no precedent that has been set at this time. I think we discussed this maybe once. They're stating that they're not going to do artificial turf.
Okay, just the question. I would love to see that sometime in our future as a town. It would be really nice in general. So one thing I couldn't tell from the plans whether or not there's going to be sidewalks from Town Hall Drive up towards the community center, because that's a lack now, and I want to make sure as we do all these changes, people can walk safely from Town Hall Drive up to the community center. You talked about shared use gym for the middle school. Have we investigated whether or not we can have shared use of the high school gym? That would be nice to have some a larger facility. I know we're short on basketball courts.
At present, they haven't, I think, determined how much space they're going to have available. Again, typically with Wake County, it's a request for the high school gyms and what they have on site, I guess, ability to accept or deny any kind of request for the space, which is why with the middle school, we're trying to get in on the front end and make sure that we are asking for appropriate space. With the high school, once it comes online and they have determined what sports they're going to have, we will definitely be making a request.
Okay, that sounds great. I'm also very interested in making sure that we concentrate on making plenty of open space for the public to use loosely rather than programming so much that our residents feel like they don't have an opportunity to use the fields that they're paying for. And that's more philosophical, really high level. Otherwise, I think there's been lots of good questions and discussion by the council. Thanks for all the work that you've done so far. Councilmember Kesslin?
So I want to understand, I guess maybe why the swap took place between the high school and the middle school.
There's a lot of rock in Morrisville, so I don't know that hitting rock was necessarily unexpected, but the amount and the depth of it definitely factored in when they started doing the geotech work. Because of the site constraints, it's a long, narrow lot, high school students drive, other things, the parking requirements for our high school are greater, and ultimately was determined that to make it work, they needed to do a parking garage. So when you started looking at different factors that were coming up, the cost for the high school were escalating very quickly. I don't think the school system felt very good from a taxpayer perspective about the cost per student that they were starting to look at for the high school. At that time, the middle school was already under construction, so they made a quick decision before they got much further along with that middle school construction that the best thing to do would be to swap sites, that ultimately it would be more economical, and we'd still be able to get both schools.
And a question about in your question that you posed to us, you were asking for the additional requested amenities. What specifically are those additional requested amenities?
So thank you for asking that, because it would be great to leave here today with an understanding from the council as to whether or not you are good with this list or if you have any concerns with this list. This is what we are currently working off in terms of the site plan. We are also in the process of looking at specs and bid documents. The bids are going out here very soon, and we're wrapping up the agreements. So these are the additional amenities that are in the plans right now. And if council has concerns about anything on this list, we would appreciate you letting us know.
Is it accurate to say that these are, with the addition of the multi-purpose field, swapping that out for from the softball field, is that?
It's the lights. It's not the swap.
It's the lights of the additional amenities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. It's anything that the town would be installing that the school system wouldn't otherwise have planned to have installed themselves.
Gotcha. So these athletic fields will be split up between this site and the middle school? So would the high schoolers utilize the middle school athletic fields at all?
I'm not 100% certain there is a softball field on the middle school plans. So that I'm not certain of. For the high school though, the football field and the track would be on the high school site, which is Davis Drive, Parkside Valley Drive, Little Drive area. So your football field, your track will be there, baseball will be in the town of Cary, and then you have tennis and the multi-purpose fields here. I would have to confirm where softball is going. With the middle school not opening until, 2029. I think they've made some alternate arrangements, I just can't remember where.
So there will be a football field at the high school site?
There will be, yes.
So something that I'm keep thinking about as we're talking about, all the different sites and whatnot is the different transportation scenarios. And this might be a big ask, but, what could the school districts be, once this is fully built out? And for a particular family, that might have a kid in softball, a middle schooler in softball, high schooler in football, and then picking up their kids from Cedar Fork Elementary School, what the impacts are of that, times however many families there are that are part of this, these areas, how does that impact our transportation networks? And if we can kind of get ahead of some of that, maybe incorporate some of that in the CPP updates, just thinking about some of those things on, what happens when, you got a parent who has, a high schooler and a middle schooler, and they're trying to pick up their one kid for their, for their softball practice from across the train tracks, while at the same time having to, pick up their high schooler, or, vice versa with an elementary school, and now having to drive all around town to, make this all work. It's certainly safe routes to school, alternative modes of transportation for students, really alleviate some of the requirements of parents to be the chauffeurs for these children. And then the other question was the agreement terms, which is, I guess, this is part of the agreement terms. The others would be the schedule and I guess the other details in here.
Yeah. What's really being updated in the revised agreement, and what you'll see in the red lines when you see the agreement, is the updated list of amenities. And along with that, there are maintenance schedules in the back that also get adjusted, and then better defining the schedule of use. Those are the major red lines that you're going to see in the agreement itself. There's a lot of other work simultaneously going on that's related to the plan review and the specs and the bid documents, but this is what the meat of the agreement.
Understood. Yeah, I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any major concerns with the agreements themselves, or the terms of the agreements.
Thank you. And then Mayor Pro Tem Rabati had a question.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
After Councilmember Garamella. Mike?
The first question I have is safety for the kids. And my understanding is a kid from Morrisville High School cannot safely walk to the Cedar Fork District Park. There's no sidewalks, and there are no lights like, that you press the button on Davis Drive and Macrimon. We don't have any of those things, so you are pretty much jeopardizing the kids who, like you're saying, they'll be bused and they have to walk back, or all kinds of things. The only way I know people do right now is go to the apartment complex and then come near the Harris Mill and then go that way. So with the high school number of kids doing that, I think it is incumbent upon us to ensure they have a safe path to walk through those areas.
So we could definitely look into that more. That could be part of, I think we're updating our sidewalk improvement kind of criteria in terms of filling in those gaps. There's the CTP that Councilmember Kessling mentioned. With the CTP update, we have already started looking at more greenway connections between this side of town and the high school. So if you recall that presentation, trying to connect Church Street Park at least over to the high school and get that connection. And there's the ongoing discussion that we're getting input on regarding road connectivity, particularly to Providence Place and the new high school. But definitely things that we could all look at.
Yeah, okay, that's super important. The second one is, out of this list, almost 50 to 70% of the list is on lights, and which is good. Which means is that it's taxpayers' money of Morrisville, which means is we should give them more time when the lights are on. Daytime, you do programming and all those things are different, but I don't want NCFC and other people to use our facility on our dime because there's no guarantee that there will be Morrisville residents because they are such a big club. You get people from all across, doing that. So I want to emphasize that because it's our residents can play till 10 o'clock and not at our cost, but they will be programming it.
Councilmember Patel?
So just to follow up on what Councilor Garimal was saying, I'm okay with charging small fee to, and I'm talking about tennis courts particularly right now, or pickleball courts, charging small amount for even for residents, but it should be available to the residents. I think you mentioned that those will be over the weekends. It'll be available after noon, and till noon there'll be programming for those facilities. In summertime, if you're going to play tennis at noon, it's pretty hot. Nobody wants to do that. So we also need to make sure that it's not only available for residents to use, but it's available for us to use at convenient times. Right. So that's one point. And you said that the 1.5 million is already allocated
It is,
for
yes.
this, but you have not to exceed cost of 1.126.
That is what is in the current draft.
Current
Again,
draft.
massaging some of these numbers still a little bit. I'm always hesitant to give council a definite number until that last I is dotted. But I think it's safe to say that we're coming in under the 1.5 budget.
But so that 1.126 is going to go up. I'm asking because I know you get different answer, but we're about to discuss budget after this.
Yeah.
So
I actually feel pretty good about that number. It's just the hesitation of saying 100% sure that's where we are. We're dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this right now. So I think we're going to be at that or very close to the 1.126.
okay. What are the expected revenues from this facility use? Or do we have ballpark figure of what the expected revenues would be from the programming?
No, we haven't run those numbers yet.
Okay. I think a couple of points I heard that were already mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem Robati was the high school students being able to drive. Is there a way to prohibit high school students 3 years down the road from driving to the, right now it's not. It's big county schools, and so all those students who drive to schools, they're probably going to drive to this, I think after.
I'm sure
3
we could
years.
have Wake County Public Schools supply you something that says what their intent is, but yes, it is a Wake County school
So full
property
parking lot will
and
be allowed.
programs, but we could follow up and get something for you about what at least their plans are.
Yeah. in the meetings that we've had with them, there have been discussions about us consistently going back and reevaluating the things that are taking place. So we can add that to the list.
Okay. I think everything else that I had was already covered by somebody else. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Body?
Thank you. I thought we were, I thought we were already at the portion where we're going over what we're okay with on the list. And I just wondered, did WCPSS request a tennis back hit ball? Where did that come from? $35,000 seems like an awful lot of money for a back hit wall.
Yeah, that was our request. Everything on this list are additional things above and beyond what the school otherwise planned to construct.
Okay, I have some reservations then about a back hit ball.
I can say that the back hit wall was requested with the intent of the public being able to use it, more so than the school. And the intent for its purpose is that I know at one point at MAFC, we did have a back hit wall that the public did used to use. It's no longer there because of the renovation. This is something that would allow them to practice if they were not able to have a partner to come, and it was just open play.
Okay, and you're saying that that back hit wall got a lot of use?
While it was MAFC, yes.
Okay, then I withdraw my objection. Thank you.
So at this point, you just need us to bless this list?
I am not hearing any major objections to anything on the list. So, okay. All right, then we will move forward. Oh, Councilmember Patel.
I do have a little bit of concern about the storage building that Councilmember Garimola was mentioning. As of now, what needs do we have for the storage building? I know there are some talk about future and programming. As of now, if facility were to open today, what would we store there?
Yeah, and sorry, I didn't mention this. The storage building is actually bathroom and storage, so that's why it is a larger number. It's just not exclusively a storage facility. So we're gonna have a full bathroom facility built into that as well. But when it comes to storage from public works side, we'll be keeping very few things there. A lot of the stuff we'll be bringing on trailers out there as we're doing our field maintenance, and a lot more focused on the programming side for the actual storage piece of that. But the number is still larger because it is a bathroom and a storage facility.
And the bathrooms were our requirement? I know you stated that everything on this list was our money. So were bathrooms our requirement?
It was not, but if we needed to have access to it, that's where we needed to have some, invest a little bit into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kessling.
While we're on the topic of schools, I just wanted to share some data that, I won't share the title of the article, but it has some data in there from the national, I think it's the National Highway Transportation Survey, NHTS. I'm not sure if that's the correct acronym for that, Federal Highway Administration. This is comparing 1969 to 2022. In 1996 or 1969, the mode of transportation to school was 40% walk bike, 15% private car, 5% public transit, and 40% school bus. In 2022, the walk bike share was 10%, private car was 55%, public transportation still at 5%, and school bus down to 30%. I don't know exactly why that is, but certainly with, land use decisions kind of factors into that, but I'm sure there's a lot of other factors into that, but just wanted to share that for people to consider.
I will just want to thank you for your time. You will see this item again back on your agenda on May 26th. At that time, it is our intent to ask for action on the agreement. You'll get the actual drafts, the red lines at that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've brought the whole team, and we really appreciate the efficient use of our time. It is 8:09. Why don't we take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 8:20, and get to work on the budget. Thank you. Okay, we're coming back into session. Right now, we're going to start our discussion about FY27 budget preview work session. I'd like to recognize Brandon Zudemar, our town manager, and Byron Hayes, our chief financial officer at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. So obviously my message was we're going to start tonight and finish Thursday, but we're now going to start tonight and still finish Thursday. A little bit of background, I think, before we jump into numbers and information. Some things have changed since we met. We'll cover that in a slide, but there's really four, in my mind, our mind, four key topics tonight that we want to sort of get some guidance from you. One, we need to share with you some updated property tax assessment appeal information. We also want to have you help us decide how to best utilize the available revenues that we have. Determine if there's any scenario where council would be comfortable creating additional capacity within sort of the existing budget to shift things or hold things that are already base budget to create some capacity. And then really guidance on, once we determine what that capacity is, balancing that between potentially personnel and operational items. And again, also, you'll hear this again during the presentation, we're discussing the FY27 budget, but we're very much also discussing the 28 budget because of some of the challenges we face, and we expect that those 2 years could be very similar in terms of what's available revenue-wise, what some of the requests from staff will be, et cetera. So again, for the new FY27 budget, it's that significant reduction in revenue. We've already lost $1 million, and we're going to share with you there's the potential in a worst case scenario to lose $500,000 more based on existing appeals. So that will be impactful. And as we talk about 28, the revenue reduction that we will see in 27 continues. It doesn't go away in 28. We also have legislative efforts around property tax limitations that are underway. The House has a committee that is recommending a constitutional amendment that would result in the General Assembly having the authority to cap how much property tax could go up in a given year. We also just had a bill filed in the Senate that would stop any revaluations for, I believe, calendar year 26, but that could certainly run into 27 when Wake County would be finishing their next reval. So again, we want to make sure that we are sharing with you the identified needs to continue support to strategic plan, as well as council and community priorities, the various revenue sources that can be invested, what some different options for capacity may be, and then of course the impact of any decisions to fund or not fund a variety of items. And again, as we sort of talked before we came officially back, looking for that guidance tonight so that I can then work with the team to fashion a recommended budget for May 12th. So again, sort of have discussed the objectives here of what we're trying to accomplish. I'm going to skip over to, here's the updates since we met. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Guillermo, do you have something before I get away from that? I apologize.
My main thing is when we keep saying that we lost $1 million in revenue, it's a deferred revenue, right? Or we are losing, because I want to be very clear. It is, my understanding is if you appeal, you don't have to pay taxes, or you can pay taxes, whatever, and finally we are recovering some way or the other. When you say like we are losing, that bothers me, because are they just not paying taxes in appeal, or are they paying less? I just want to be very clear what that means.
So out of the million, it's a combination of people that either didn't pay up front and took that risk, or people that elected to pay but will be refunded. So
but ultimately, you're going to get something out, right? It's not like you're losing. We might be losing for this fiscal year that we could be getting next year.
With interest, right? If they defer it.
For the very few that, well, and we only have so many pending appeals. So the million is already decided appeals. So that is money that when we budgeted for FY26, we included that $1 million in our revenue estimates. So that revenue did not come or has been returned. Again, we balanced that this year because sales tax well overperformed the conservative estimate we took.
Yeah, so
that is the difference between what Wake County said it should be. They appealed it, and that difference is what we lost. So that's gone.
Yeah, so the $1 million.
Did they win the appeal?
Yes, so those, and keep in mind, that is we lost $1 million in actual revenue, but the amount of appeals would have been well more than that. So that $1 million is only a portion of what was ultimately appealed. We had a lot of appeals, 375 in total. So we're still down to only about 22, but those 22 still make up about $500 million worth of assessed value. Now, right now we're projecting, and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but right now we're projecting to lose about a quarter of that because that's sort of where the history is lining up right now. And so what that would mean is we would still lose another $131 million in assessed value. That would come to a little bit under $500,000 in actual revenue.
So that's where I'm not able to get, when you're saying they lose the value, like they are assessing based on the current one or the last one, right? It's 2025 is when
Right,
they have,
correct.
so it's a 2025. So are they getting away by not paying any taxes? Or are they basically like a $100 million building and now they're saying it's only worth 40 million and that's how you're calculating it? What is the correct?
So correct. So in some cases, you would have like with your example, if we had a $100 million property or property was worth $100 million, they appealed, depending on what they ultimately decided to appeal, the Board of Equalization and Review might determine that that property is now worth $40 million. So in that scenario, we lost $60 million worth of valuation.
Yeah, I would not say it's lost because if they truly feel and the Board of Appeals has agreed to it, it is that fair value market that it is. Right. I know we will lose it, but from a point of view is that is the value set.
So for that revaluation period, that value is set. So, we're going to go through another revaluation process, and the county might determine that valuation for that property is worth something different than the current valuation. But for our purposes, the period of time at this stage between 25, when the revaluation took place, and, moving into 27, when the next revaluation will start, that valuation is gone. So we look forward to what's going to happen in the future with the next revaluation. But for our purposes, the $1 million that we're talking about, that roughly $300 million in value, has already been settled by Board of Equalization and Review or the county's, appeal process. So yes, that revenue is actually gone.
So,
Hold on a second. Councilman.
Kessler. Yeah, I just had a clarifying question on top of that. So it's $500 million of assessed value in appeals. Let's lump that all together and say it's one property that is $500 million that is requesting this appeal, and they requested this appeal in FY25. And let's just say that it doesn't get resolved until FY28. I know that might not be a realistic scenario, but is it true that the revenue from that hypothetical property would not come in for all of those years?
It depends on whether or not they ultimately decided to pay. Over the course of that time,
So
most of those properties have paid. So whatever that difference in value is, we would owe that back to them.
So the $500 million is hypothetical, let's say, it can choose to pay or it can choose not to pay.
Correct.
Okay. And a lot of these properties have chosen to pay what their tax bill would have been, but there's that appeals portion of it that maybe they get a refund or they have to pay a little bit extra. So it's not a really high amount that is getting held up. Correct.
So I guess it depends on how you look at it. When you say it's not a really high amount,
I mean, if $500 million property, hypothetical, has paid its tax bill, that is revenue that the town has seen. And let's say that, they're appealing and it finds that it's not 500 million, it's 450 million. That 50 million difference is obviously not as high as the total, 500 million of assessed value. Okay, I think I understand now.
Can I just add, So I'll just add that, wow.
is loud. I'll just add, in looking at the data that was sent to me and digging in, doing some test sampling, I'm seeing most of them are paying the reevaluated amount. So that means that the town of Morrisville, they win their appeal, we will have to refund them in addition to lost revenue. Lost revenue based on lost assessed value, because we counted on it from projections. We accounted for some level of appeals. The level of appeals this year are much greater than we have historically ever seen. So that's the difference this year that we have to now make up and what we've lost.
And I do also just want to point out too as well, our projections and our calculations at this stage do account for the fact that if we have to refund a property and we have to refund them for multiple years, that's already built in here. So we shouldn't see a scenario where, yes, they lose the assessed value, but then we end up having to pay even more than what we initially projected. That's already built into the projection.
So on the screen, again, updates from April 9th. So I have limited what I'm recommending as sort of your core investment priorities. We'll get to a full slide on that, but that includes the data fellow from Lead for NC that would work in IT. That includes our IT hardware, replacing our laptops and computers so we don't fall behind from a technology standpoint. We also have computers coming off lease that we're transitioning to ownership, so we need to replace those. The planner position, we've spoken about that, but I feel there's a clear justification for that position. And then town center activation, we have confirmed that the current timeline is that they will open summer 2027. So we want to be prepared for that with both equipment and personnel. We also had an opportunity to fund just a few items through existing sources. Chief Dooley has been very proactive in identifying some opportunities. So he found a way to fund some of the thermal imaging cameras in this year's budget. Ralph also saw some savings in cameras, so we funded some additional cameras this year. And then we have identified project interest in the Public Works facility project that we'll be able to utilize to pay for approximately $100,000 of some upfit and getting them moved from one location to another. A couple other things were removed. PD interview rooms, because those are going to be funded through fines and forfeiture money, and then public safety equipment that's being funded through the reserve. Again, those are both funds that have specific uses, so it's not like we can pull that back and spend it on something in a different department. And then again, you have additional detail on all the funding requests in the FAQ, and then we'll also have a spreadsheet to hand out as we get going. As Byron was speaking to, the revenues, our worst case of anticipated revenues for FY27 decreases by $500,000. To date, we've been seeing approximately 50% of appeals successful. So we anticipate that could be 250, but we don't know that until they're all decided. And then we've added some options for you to consider that reduce current investments to create some additional capacity in 27. This is just a reminder. I'm not going to read all this to you, but this is just a reminder of what the council priorities are based on the SOAR exercise. They currently align with our community priorities. So you can see that all 8 priorities from this year's discussion at retreat and beyond are there, and it highlights what we're doing in each of those 8 categories in terms of making sure that we're having a positive impact in the community and following your priorities and aligning with the strategic plan.
All right, so I'm briefly going to talk a little bit about our survey results so far this year. We've received about 101 responses, which is a good number. Obviously, it's not quite as high as where we were last year. We finished the year with about 244 responses. However, keep in mind, we will leave our survey open through, at least through the public hearing and perhaps even a little bit beyond, considering the fact that we've extended the time when adoption would be. Of those 101 responses, we saw our 4 highest scoring priorities were sustainable livable community, public safety readiness, pedestrian and vehicle safety, and resilient financial management. Compare that to last year, our 2 highest were quality of life and safe community, 2 that actually do blend in quite well with some of the others that you see in FY27. Obviously, we adjusted that a little bit, changed some names, but ultimately we're seeing some very similar results in our survey results. And then now I'm just going to talk a little bit about base budget. I know you all have seen a lot of these slides and a lot of this information, so I'll briefly go over it, but just want to go ahead and lay this foundation before we get into the rest of the discussion tonight. So our beginning base budget expenditures this year is $54.18 million. About 60% of that is made up of personnel. 14% is made up of our sort of general maintenance, our standard operating items, utilities, IT costs, things like that. 12% is made up of our debt service. 11% is made up of our contracted services, our landscape contracts, our janitorial, our solid waste contracts, those types of things. And then 3% is made up of our street repairs and our annual street maintenance. So that's your power bill and the additional funding that the town provides for street maintenance. Talk a little bit about what's ultimately included both in revenues and expenditures for the base budget. The base budget always includes current personnel costs, our non-discretionary costs such as our IT costs, our utilities. It also includes our debt service. In terms of revenues, it does include our recurring revenues, any sort of grant awards that we receive from signed agreements, as well as any natural growth that we receive. Ultimately, what's not included are any new positions, any merit or market increases. That's not included in the base budget. New programming, debt that's ultimately not issued just yet, and any transfers that do not have dedicated funding associated with it. And then in terms of revenues, any sort of unfunded revenue or unfunded programming, revenue that would typically generate from that is not included. Additionally, any revenue that comes from grants that we don't have an agreement for, we don't typically include in our base budget. And then any sort of new fee change revenue, we also don't include. And then when looking at just other factors that ultimately sort of impact how we determine our projections, we do look at sort of expanded service costs from the previous year, make sure that we build that into our base budget for the following year. We look at any sort of economic forces, inflation, different things that are happening just throughout the world and in the community that might impact our revenue generation. And then we also look at other organizations and recommendations that they give. So that's your League of Municipalities or the NCGFOA or the Budget Association and their recommendations for different revenue projections and expenditure projections that we might be seeing. And then lastly, we also always try and look at anything that we can generate from new technology and the efficiencies that ultimately come from that. So now jumping into sort of where we are base budget expenditures and revenues, the dark blue are revenue projections both from 24 to 26 and then projecting out through 2029. As you can see, it's gone down a little bit from where we initially showed you this. The reason for that is just due to the changes with the appeals and other revenues. I'm downgrading our projection from 3% average growth down to 2% average growth. As I stated a second ago, most of that's driven by the appeal process and the upcoming revaluation that's coming. However, the expense growth I'm still leaving at 3% because that's in line with sort of where we see both with fund balance and where we see with expenditures growing on a consistent basis through this time. Not factoring in the revaluation increase from 25 to 26, where we saw the base budget grow due to that, the additional programming for revaluation. When looking at the assumptions, I do want to point out that these projections do not include any sort of General Assembly plan tax changes or property tax bills that are currently in review with the General Assembly. I did not want to include that because of the fact that it is still unknown. Those bills have not been ultimately passed, and we don't want to include something that either might not come to fruition or might change. So that's currently not factored in just due to the fact that we don't have all that information. And I also did just want to also point out that we are including those 3 years of projected changes in base budget that do not include any sort of OPEB expenses in it. We talked a little bit about, and I know there's an FAQ question where we sort of detailed this a little bit, but we are looking at deferring the expense from the general fund to the OPEB fund because of the fact that we feel very confident that given the fact that we're over $1 million, we've saved over $1 million compared to our liability, and the fact that the interest generated from that fund is enough to cover the OPEB expense on a year-to-year basis, we feel confident being able to defer that $600,000 that we've typically included in base budget in order to still be able to fund our retiree health insurance and not see any changes in the liability in terms of underfunding the liability year over year, or the fact that the fund cash won't ultimately go down. So right now, I still feel very confident that we can project those 3 years with the idea that the fund balance and the cash in our OPEB fund will not go down, and it will still be enough to cover that liability and our health insurance costs year over year. Also kind of looking at base budget compared to last year, ultimately we saw very, very little growth in our base budget revenues, only about $56,000 in over a $50 million base budget revenue. Now, the reason for that is due to the fact that we saw about $1.5 million, both the original $1 million decrease from appeals as well as the additional $500,000 that we mentioned a minute ago, caused our ad valorem tax number to go down for fiscal year 27. However, that is balanced out almost one-to-one with an increase in sales tax and our utilities franchise tax, which is sales tax on electricity and other utilities. We see that number going up. A lot of that is due to inflation. However, those two ultimately end up balancing out. And then with all of our other revenues, our fees, our other revenues basically stayed about the same. We did have some other revenues go down just due to the fact that we decreased the projected amount for surplus and for our ABC revenue for the year. Ultimately, as I stated, about 88% of our revenue comes from the property and sales tax, our taxes in general, and those are ultimately being offset. Our ad valorem tax is going down, but our sales tax is going up. The other slight changes are really just due to the fact that we don't have major fee changes this year. Most of them were just focusing on right-sizing things like deposits more than increasing the actual fees. And I do also want to point out that last year we had about $6.5 million in capacity compared to about $3.8 million in capacity this year. And that really is just due to the fact that our recurring expenses and those inflationary increases are outpacing even what we were able to save in our base budget deep dive. So that is still a consideration that we're looking at while we're going through this presentation and these projections as something that we have to consider moving forward in FY28 and beyond. All right, so let's look at a few other revenues. Right now I'm going to look at fund balance, and you all have seen this chart in other iterations, but this one ultimately looks at the next 5 years projecting out where our fund balance is. We do see fund balance slightly grow. However, the percentage does go down a little bit, and that's just due to the fact that our expenses are increasing. Keep in mind that fund balance is typically used for one-time expenses whenever we do use it to appropriate to balance the budget. And right now, I'm not projecting any fund balance use at the end of the year throughout this 5-year period. A lot of that, when it comes to assumptions, comes down to the fact that the 3% expenditure growth, as I stated with the base budget, still exists on this chart. However, the fund balance ultimately grows. Keep in mind, fund balance is a little bit different than revenue. I'm projecting fund balance to only grow about 0.5% in our non-reval years due to the fact that we are trying to be a little bit more cautious when it comes to spending each year. So making sure that we still maintain, revenues over expenses in the general fund. And the revaluation years I have going up 3% in terms of fund balance. And that's due to the fact that we should see revenue growth from revaluation. Clearly not like we have seen in the past revaluation, but it should be, considering the changes, a lot more steady and a lot more predictable. These are designed to be conservative so that we can maintain that level of solvency for the organization. And ultimately, I do want to point out that the 31% this year, even while it goes down and dips just below 30%, it's still within Council's policy of maintaining an unassigned fund balance of between 25 and 45%. So now just taking a look at where we are with our budget requests. You all have seen this chart from the previous couple of work sessions. Ultimately, we had about $8.65 million in requests under consideration. We had some more, but we ultimately decided that those were not anything that we needed to move forward when looking at trying to recommend a budget. $5 million of that is one-time expenses, 3.6 are recurring requests. And in terms of the council priority, the largest area that is that is in consideration in terms of budget requests would be that building our future category at about $3.5 million. The lowest would be livable community options at $55,000. And now just to sort of go through and sort of reconcile where we are and how we've gotten to this place, we started at about $58.4 million in base revenues. Just like we talked about a minute ago, we've reduced that down to by 500,000. So now we're down to about 57.9 in our base revenue number. seeing about $3.2 million in additional resources for fiscal year 27. Use of fund balance, a little bit of increased fee revenue that I talked about a minute ago, a few more grants that come from, Smart Shuttle and other areas that we might see. An IT position that is fully funded is another area that is funded with a grant, and then other reserves that we would fund to fund some of those one-time expenses that are tied directly to those types of reserve requirements. That brings us up to about a little over $61 million in total resources. Our base budget expenditures, as I stated a minute ago, were 54.18, which leaves us with an investment capacity of just under $7 million. Now, we still had $8.64 million in requests, which means even if we use all of that capacity above, that still leaves us with a delta needed to be funded if we funded all of those requests. However, in consideration with what the public has come with and what you all told us at our last work session, we've reduced that amount by $1.675 million. And now those requests are unfunded. We'll talk a little bit about more of those in a little while, so that if you all see anything different and want to discuss that further, we certainly can. But by reducing that down, that leaves us with just under $500,000 in available capacity. That's capacity that can either be programmed with additional, with some of these additional requests, or it could just reduce the amount of fund balance that we use, ultimately driving down the amount of fund balance that we would see. Not the amount that we would use, but it would actually increase the amount that ultimately we would gain in a year, thereby helping the fund balance percentage even with our expenses going up. And with that, do want to talk a little bit about how we ultimately create capacity. You all have seen this slide, but we do have a few updates here. So first place, definitely want to talk about the fact that we do try and leverage our sales tax projections. Any areas, considering that is our typically the one area in our taxes that tends to be a little bit more variable. We do see that going up this past year, and we anticipate that going up again in fiscal year 27. So making sure that we capture that, as well as any sort of user fee growth that we might potentially see, helps build that capacity for a given base budget year into the rest of the generation of the budget. We do look to repurpose any sort of savings we have. We did a deep dive this year, and ultimately we did repurpose those. We provided some information in the FAQs that sort of detail out where the savings were and ultimately what they were used for. And so you all can definitely review that at your leisure, because I don't want to go through each and every one of those in the interest of time. But we do also go through those budget requests, look to scrutinize them, look to find any sort of efficiencies. If two departments are asking for the same thing, maybe we only need one, maybe they can share, or maybe we can get some sort of economies of scale from buying multiple if we need to. We also use reserves strategically, mainly because reserves are set aside for one-time expenses. We don't want to fund recurring expenses that ultimately require us to continue to dwindle our reserves whenever we can avoid it. So our fund balance, using for this particular year, our health fund and our debt fund to help kind of bridge the gap with some overages and not burden the actual general fund too much, are considerations in this budget process. I talked a little about the OPEB deferment. We also, included a deferment of one of those pennies for land acquisition, considering the fact that we have the bond funds to be able to do any sort of land purchases strategically in this fiscal year. And then lastly, I want to point out that we did take that $150,000 that you all initially allocated for the land use plan and repurposed it to try and advance some of our funding requests for this fiscal year in order to help ease the burden of what ultimately needs to be done. Because those were real requests, they were legitimate requests, and they ultimately do need to be done. And so any areas that we can find to be able to get that done without burdening any further this upcoming year, considering how tight everything is, we're going to try and strategically take advantage of that. And then lastly, I do just want to point out as well, any sort of federal grants, federal or state grants that we apply for, also are always part of this consideration. Maybe not necessarily in the base budget if we haven't received it, but we do look at trying to tighten that and get those awards done so that we can look to include that in our revenues, in our capacity for the upcoming year. And then also just want to point out our sponsorship opportunities and what that might look like in the future. Obviously, I can't put a number on those necessarily, but those are opportunities for growth in the future. All right, everyone's favorite topic, appeals. I know we've covered a lot of this, so I'm not gonna dwell too far into it. But ultimately, just want to point out that right now, we still have 22 commercial appeals that are pending. Makes up about $500 million in assessed value. About 40% of them we anticipate being resolved by the end of this fiscal year. But that also means that 60% of that $500 million probably will not be resolved until next fiscal year. Now, we know that going into the next revaluation process starts in January of 2027. So logic speaks to the fact that we should see some sort of resolution for the remainder of the properties that would be moving into fiscal year 27 prior to them starting on revaluating them for the next cycle. In other words, it can't sit in appeal and then they turn around and still have to go through that process again. So I imagine we're going to see some sort of resolution. We don't know what that looks like yet, and we don't know what that process looks like for the state because they are very backed up. But we are anticipating those coming in based on what we've heard from the county and what the county has sort of heard from Board of Equalization and Review at this point. And then just want to point out that we did lose that $1 million in ad valorem from the revaluation the last period. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the manager. Councilmember Kesley, I see you have a question. And let me know if I need to go back.
Yeah, it's just a clarifying question on the fund balance, what exactly that is. It seems like it's kind of an emergency savings fund.
Yeah, so it's an emergency savings fund. That's a good way to look at it. It's essentially cash that we have that serves exactly that purpose. The state requires us to keep at least 8% in unassigned fund balance for essentially emergencies. In some areas, that tends to be, by policy, a little bit higher than even where we are. Look at, say, on the coast where you see hurricanes, or in the mountains where you see what used to not be hurricanes, but I guess are now hurricanes, completely destroying a large portion of their infrastructure and they need to rebuild. Well, simply rebuilding with that cash, they know they're going to get reimbursed by FEMA for the most part, but they need to keep that large reserve so that they can maintain that cash flow. In our case, we look at a policy of between 25 and 45% as where we want to maintain an unassigned fund balance. And that allows us to, get through any sort of tough times, but it also allows us to maintain a really, really positive view in the eyes of the bond rating agencies, which allows us to keep our AAA bond rating and ultimately see better interest rates when we go for installment financing or any sort of GO bond debt.
I was going to ask about the bond rating. Is it bond rating A, AA, AAA?
So our bond rating is AAA.
But which, is that the tiers?
Yeah, so that is the highest. That's the highest tier. Correct. Yeah.
And what would each of those, the A, AA, AAA, correspond to with the unassigned fund balance?
So it's not quite that simple.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to trivialize it in any way, but ultimately they use a number of factors. So our unassigned fund balance and our essentially our solvency as an organization is one factor that's considered. Another factor that they consider is the fiscal responsibility of the state as a whole, and the fact that we have to go through the local government commission, through the state treasurer's office in order to issue any sort of debt. And they review our audit process and ultimately sign off on all of those. Because of those stringent requirements, our state is looked at as a leader when it comes to the rating agencies when they're factoring in those bond ratings. So the state as a whole provides some positive reviews for us when they're looking at it. Our fund balance policy, our debt policy, and our long-range debt plan also play into that, as well as just our basic fiscal responsibility, the way that we go about our budget process, the way that we look at trying not to overextend ourselves and maintain some level of consistency when it comes to, not spending all of our revenue on things that ultimately are going to require additional resources later down the road that might not ultimately come about. So all of those different factors factor into our bond rating process.
It's also actually, a little bit more about complying with your policy than the number that you have. So that, we have a give or take $16 million rounding But it's not that we have 16, it's that we're within the policy compliance of 25 to 45.
Correct.
And then, I had another question, but I lost it.
Okay, we'll push on and certainly come back to it. So revenue options, this is one of your decision points, not to suggest we're gonna make it on this slide because there's lots to talk about, but $500,000 is a factor in this. So as we go through and show you some potential scenarios, we did not account for the 500. I think our recommendation to you is that we don't do that. That gives us, that's sort of the ultra conservative version of the budget where you assume it's not coming, and then if, let's say, half of it does come, you could always make a decision to authorize something after the first half of the year, or you could hold that and put 250 into the fund balance. So there's some options there. However, you can spend it. So option one, I think from us, is just hold it and assume it's not there. Option two is that you could assume half of the additional 500, so budget for 250 of that. And then if it comes in over that, again, that's bonus money to some extent. If it comes in, if we don't get the 250, then we would have to figure out a way to cover that in the budget. And again, that could be a quarter, that could be 3/4. I just used a half as an example. And then the third option is really to budget for the 500, assume it might be coming, but hold something in the budget that adds up to or is $500,000 and not spend that until January or February after the appeals are concluded. So on the right-hand side there, were you to decide to go with, either the 250 or the 500 being budgeted and then invested, one option for holding the 500 would be hold 500 out of the transportation reserve, put the first 500 in now, hold the other 500 until we know what reval looks like. You could also delay $400,000 in street resurfacing and wait to see what that looks like. Again, that's generally your supplement on top of the Powell bill money. And again, it's not a great recommendation because it would potentially impact, pavement condition, rating, and index over time. But it is a possibility, and you would still have those Powell bill funds for your annual repair and repaving needs. The third one is delay half of replacement for fleet. However, as we go through this, that's not particularly viable because you're going to see there's not a lot of scenarios that we've laid out where we can fund much of the fleet expenses. So again, no decision now, just want to lay that out. We'll circle back to that. But as we go forward, we're going to show you sort of 4 scenarios, and these are not, you have to do it this way. They could be plug and play just to give you some different examples of what might come depending on the revenue available. So this first slide is the reduced fund balance. So this slide says don't account for the $500,000. It also says take the remaining 462 and reduce your fund balance. So right now we're at around 1.8, 1.9, and that's about 3.25% of budget being funded by fund balance. If you took the 462 off of that, you would be at 2.5% of fund balance. You would have $60,682,809 to invest, and the right-hand side shows you what that investment would be. So this carries through, so I'm going to spend just a minute to walk through this with you. So right now, the plan is to fund 3 of the 4 reserves, so that's $2.9 million. That's one-time money. The staff benefits for this year for COLA, merit, some other adjustments, and longevity equates to about $1.7 million. That is recurring money. Debt service is going up $189,000, but again, you have a debt reserve that's funding that. So you can see the correlation there, sometimes left to right. Funding about $252,000 of public safety equipment, but that's coming out that public safety reserve fund. So we can't say don't get the equipment and spend it on people. That doesn't line up. Smart Shuttle expansion is about $704,000 total. We get about $527,000 of that in grant funds. So that leaves about $120 of that would be to support the expansion and moving to vans and more vans than we have used shuttles up to this point. The other $60,000 would be the expansion of nodes. We also would offer to you that, and again, don't have to decide right now, but you could consider funding the $60,000 in node construction out of the transportation reserve. We've looked at that. We've talked with our, financial analysts, and they believe that that would be okay to do. We wouldn't fund, the recurring money for operation, but you could basically create $60,000 in capacity by funding that out of the transportation reserve. Next is the IT specialist. Again, that's to work with Central Pines, and they will pay the full cost of that position. Master Sustainability Plan update, $25,000. That's a one-time cost. That's going to come from EV charger revenue. Police interview room cameras, that is to upgrade their cameras and link them into their new RMS system. And that's using fine and forfeiture money, so no hit on the general fund. Fitness instructor programming, it will cost $14,000, but we're going to recover that in fees from the additional classes they would offer. So that's really what I think is the bare bones that we typically have done. Below that are the three items I mentioned that I believe you should consider funding regardless of anything else. The first one is the hardware replacement. That's the laptops. The second one is 2 positions. One is the planner. That's about $159,000 with benefits. And then the data fellow is where we get a very good deal with working with Lead for NC. And we pay $30,000 for what is essentially a full-time employee for 10 months of the year. And then lastly, it's town center activation. Again, that is both one-time and recurring. The one-time portion is the equipment to be ready to activate it, and then the recurring is the 2 positions, one in Parks, one in Public Works, that would be happier positions to begin training and prepping for the opening of the facility. So in this scenario, again, you would not spend the $500 that we've talked about. You would put the $462 back into fund balance, but this is what you would get. Any questions on this slide? Councilmember Scarlett-Johnson. And Councilmember Rabati next.
Councilmember.
So.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see it, sir. I apologize.
I apologize for being late to the session. You might have already mentioned this. But each one of these 4 options that we're considering tonight are, have different funding versus unfunding. And correct. We're just doing option number 1 right now. But each of these scenarios do not have a tax increase. They are working within our current framework of known items, and one of those unknowns is the tax assessment issues with the appeals. And we've discussed that earlier in the presentation. Okay, that's very helpful to understand. And so each one of these recommendations, it's, as you said, plug and play. So we'll wait until we get to all 4.
Correct.
And then kind of have a discussion.
So, I mean, you theoretically could plug and play with this. My recommendation is don't, but the others are definitely just giving you examples of how you could look at it differently. You know,
right.
One's going to talk primarily about positions, one's going to balance positions and things, and then the last one's going to be things.
Great. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to jump to Councilmember Rabati, if that's okay. Councilmember Patel, and I'll come back. Councilmember Rabati.
Hi, no,
Excuse
thank
me,
you.
Mayor
I'll wait
Pro
till
Tem,
the
I
end.
apologize.
That's okay. I'll wait until the end, until we've reviewed them all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Patel.
So earlier, when we were discussing Cedar Fork Elementary facilities, there was 1.126 versus 1.5. That's about $374K of difference. Where does that fit in here?
So the portion that would need to move into the general fund or the operating budget is the maintenance, which we think is going to be about $50,000. And so we've accounted for that amount in this budget. And the other portion, that's primarily capital.
But there was a significant difference between 1.5 million and 1.126 that we talked about. So where does the difference go?
There's 1.5 that is set aside, appropriated in the CIP for the construction there. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure if I'm tracking.
But the not to exceed amount was 1.126.
So there's extra.
Yeah, what he's trying to say is, if you look at the line item, there was some big quantity contingency, and then the 25% of
Yeah, so.
Contingency, and
so-
that came to 1.5, so his question is like 1.1.
Yeah, there's probably $100,000 of capacity there if you go with a 25% contingency, and then there's another 200,000 if you go with the county's typical 15% contingency.
I think if you go with 15%, I could be wrong, but I calculated 374.
And
Or
that may be,
220.
it may be that much, 207 may be the difference from the 1.5 that's allotted in the, appropriated in the capital improvement plan.
Okay.
And that'll be a decision you don't have to make tonight or right now. That'll be, once it comes back, because again, Michelle and the team have done a lot of work on that, but those are still estimates based on, not a lot of finite design yet. And again, it's outdoor, it's field, so it should be relatively consistent.
But ultimately, that 1.5, whatever iteration it comes to, would be funded with a different source than the sources that we're talking about here. So the $50,000 in operating funding would be covered in here, but the rest of it is capital and is funded in a different place with a different funding source. So it's not part of our operating budget.
Okay.
Councilmember Kessler?
So I am looking at the budget capacity numbers that we had received at the last work session. I see that we have 61.7 million in revenues, 62.8 million in expenses. And that was the options that were presented last time. We either increase the tax rate by a penny, or we don't fund $1 million worth of those services. What I'm seeing here is with that 61.7 and the 62, okay, so we've reduced the expenses down to 60,000 or 60 million, sorry, but then also reducing the revenues down to 60 million.
Essentially, yes. So again, the one that was presented to you April 9th had much more in it that would have been considered for funding had you had that additional revenue. So this is the revenue now based on the further examination and the reducing the 500. And in this case, it also takes out that 462. So that's the reduction down to 60 million. And then this shows you what you would get should you follow this direction for the $60.6 million. And then we're going to go through some additional scenarios that show what it would look like if you didn't save the 462 back to fund balance and instead invested it.
Okay.
Because again, these numbers are, we're getting closer to them being very accurate, but there's still always a little bit of a moving target with revenues and even with some of the expenses as our staff continues to fine tune and really look for ways to reduce expenses.
So the IT position, you said that it's funded by them, correct? And so why is it showing up, you're adding that to the revenues?
Adding what, I'm sorry?
The position to the IT that we are getting from.
Yes, so it's on the left-hand side, directly across from IT specialist is the 126, that's the support service revenue that's coming in. So that's a wash, so there's no, there's no cost to the general fund, correct, to us.
And any reason, like why Carrie said no and we are picking it up?
I don't know if I entirely know why Carrie said no, but I know that Lee Worsley, the executive director, approached us. We have a very good working relationship with the COG. I have a good working relationship with him. And they asked us, again, we're also the most proximate people to do that. Again, a lot of that is done remotely, but, there's always going to be a need for people. And we literally are the closest, town hall to the COG to be over there to assist. Councilmember Johnson.
So as long as we're talking about that position, is the contract going to cover future costs related to that one personnel position, that one FTE?
Correct.
Is it an FTE or a contractor?
It's an FTE.
So then we had to pay their COLAs and all that? Like, is it coming from them?
It'll come from them. They'll cover the cost of that position while it's under the agreement with them. Councilmember Scribes Johnson, do you have another? Okay, thank you. So again, before we move, that's the sort of the ultra conservative is don't invest 500, don't assume it's not coming, and then the 462 reduces fund balance. So moving to scenario 2, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. On this slide, I really explain sort of, what this interview is, what's in there. I can go through that, but in the interest of time, I'd maybe come back to that if there's any questions, if that's okay with you. All right. So this is scenario, it says 1 at the bottom, it should be 2, apologize, that's just a typo. No,
This just breaks down everything.
this shows you everything that's unfunded in scenario number 1, and it shows that you're only using 2.5% of fund balance, so there's about $1.8 million out of that 8.6 that's not funded. And we'll continue to update that so you can sort of visually see what changes. So funding scenario 2 is where I gave you an example of what it looks like to lean into public safety personnel. So again, you have that 462,517 to invest. With that, you could get 1 firefighter. That would be $107,000. That's recurring money. You could get a police detective. It would be for a half a year, and that half year would be 126. That includes a vehicle. So that would reduce, well, it would be pretty close in future years, but it is recurring cost. It includes the quarter year of the SRO so that they could be trained prior to starting at Morrisville High School in the fall of 27. And it includes $180,000 of the $500,000 request for fleet replacements. So that leaves us funding potentially 2 of the 5 primary vehicles that would be funded in the $500,000. Councilmember Yaramella.
Brandon, you kill me with all these quarter year and half a year, but end of the day, these are like next year full, this one, right?
So in the case of the PD detective, there wouldn't be a significant change. Remember that vehicle really increases that year 1 cost. So you don't pay for the vehicle in year 2.
What I mean to say, I'm not worried about, like, here we're just trying to work the numbers in, but next year, it's a whole thing.
Well, that's what I'm explaining. It's not dramatically different from what you see because the 126 includes the vehicle for the detective. So that detective in year 2 is going to be relatively close to $126,000 with benefits. So that cost will not increase the following year. The PD SRO likely will not increase the following year because Wake County Schools will pay $88,000 of that salary. So that could potentially even go down a little bit in year 2 or in FY28. And then again, the fleet replacements are one time.
Okay, so you're saying next year it will be still 126.
It'll be relatively close. That's not going to be more than a $10,000 difference.
Okay, so because I was under the impression like.
No, we're very cognizant of that
because.
Right, and we talk about that later in this as well, that we're very cognizant of what we do this year plays into 27. So we've tried to avoid too much of partial year stuff, but in this case, it works out pretty well. Mayor Colley.
So does that mean that the fleet replacements, if we do 180 this year, that it goes up to 820 the next year because it's 500 every year?
If you were to intend to make it all up next year, yes.
So it's 500 a year for fleet replacements, so we'd be falling behind a little bit there.
Yes.
Okay.
$300,000 behind, 3 vehicles behind. All right. So we will move on. So on this, again, the same screen shows you what is funded. This is using the full fund balance that we had originally proposed at about $1.8, $1.9 million. So you fund 180 of the 500 for fleet. You fund 1 of the 3 firefighters, a half a year of the detective, and you fund the PD SRO. No other positions other than the planner, which is in the sort of core cost, would be funded. All right. So scenario 3, very similar. We just look at it from a balanced approach. Fewer positions, add some things. So that would be 1 firefighter. That would be your PD SRO, no other police positions. You would do the tablets for the fire department. You would upgrade the town's alarm system. You would do taser replacement for the police department. You would do the verticut mower, not because it's an incredibly high priority versus others, but you only have 462, so that's what fits in this model. And then you would do fleet replacements at 180 again, because changing the fleet by $12,000 doesn't have an impact. So again, this just blends less people, more things as another option. Councilmember Garamond. Mike.
What is this very
A verticut mower. So the verticut mower, I'll try and then I'll let Matt correct me if I'm wrong. It's for Church Street Park. So right now they have a mower that they use to really fine tune the grass there for the cricket play. But the verticut, it needs to be replaced. This verticut mower would let them ride behind it to really expedite the work rather than having to walk behind it. So it has to be replaced and it would increase our efficiency and our staff time.
I just didn't know the word, that's all.
Yes.
I like the word efficiency.
All right, so we will then show you, again, so for scenario 3, you see some things on the left-hand side start to show up as funded, and you see fewer things on the right-hand side funded. Again, this is using 3.25% of fund balance and investing, not investing in 1.3 of the 8.6 that we earlier discussed. So scenario 4 is really no people. It's just replacement and repair. So you would do those FD tablets again, the security cameras would be added in, upgraded alarm system, taser replacement, the verticut mower, 180 for fleet. You would do some pedestrian bridge repairs on the greenways, and you would add $100,000 to do the town hall building automation system. So again, this really adds no people other than a planner and a fellow, but it does give additional equipment support to several departments. It certainly is an attempt to further pursue sustainability goals with the BAS in this building and enhances security to some extent across the campus. All right. So moving from that, we also wanted to offer you some options to consider where you could reduce existing spending, which in turn would create capacity for some of the things you've seen showing as unfunded. And you can see not a lot of these are big dollars because we would have to really talk about programs that might start talking about bigger dollars. But the examples we've given you is eliminate park Wi-Fi. That would be 10,000 savings the first year. That would increase a little bit in year 2 and 3. Again, not a lot of usage based on the data that Rick has provided because most of us have a cell phone with a Wi-Fi plan. We could also simplify your meeting broadcast. So right now we contract with another company and we have a producer of sorts that sits in that room outside and they control the cameras. So the cameras pan to try to identify the speaker. They add some subtitles as they go, but we could reduce that cost by $40,000 and it would have fixed cameras and fewer subtitles in the YouTube broadcast. So we then move to recycling. So we would have to renegotiate with GFL, but we believe that if we went to every other week recycling, there's about $155,000 of savings annually. And again, based on feedback from the community and also field audits that are used, 68% of carts are half full each week. So we're not at capacity. We're doing a lot of good recycling, which is great, but we would just go to every other week. We could reduce landscaping services, save about $18,000, reduce the litter pickup contract, save about $15,000. We could reduce the scope of special events by $20,000 or perhaps a little bit more. One example of that might be not doing fireworks at 2 events every year. It might be reducing shuttle buses at an event or, a combination thereof to reduce that. And then finally, as was mentioned in the earlier slide, you could stop the supplemental paving support, and that would be a $400,000 capacity change. Councilmember Scargan-Johnson.
I'm getting ready to give my opinions. Are we to that point yet?
I believe we are pretty close to that point. Let me make sure I don't think we have, we're at that point.
Then we need to circle back.
And then Councilmember Rabati will follow you.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rabati will follow you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, you are following my comments. So, okay. So just so I understand for option 1, we're talking about reducing our contribution to the reserves, or we're talking about reducing our use of the reserves?
So in all of these, we account for not funding the land acquisition reserve.
Okay.
So this still funds the other 3, the Parks Reserve, the Public Safety Reserve, and the Transportation Reserve, but no money would go into the Land Acquisition Reserve in FY27.
Correct. Okay. So I think that we do need some public safety, so I'm looking at option 2 as a starting point for me. But I do think that looking at public safety needs and mobility needs, I like the pedestrian bridge repair item. It kind of jumped out on me several times when I was looking at it. It's like, we want to make sure our greenways are safe and we show reinvestment. I am fully against opening up that wonderful, wonderful GFL contract. We got such a sweet deal with the 5-year renewal. We are an early part of the contract. It is not to be renewed for 3 more years, so it seems a little premature to open it up. If we were later in the contract and we were approaching renegotiation, then I would have probably a different viewpoint. But at this time, I think that we need to provide that level of service to our community. And if we're only at 68% recycling, kind of participation, that's an opportunity for education, but it's also, we should celebrate it. Because
absolutely.
that is a lot of participation.
It is.
Exciting stuff. I think that the repairs to the roads, the $400,000, that to me could be reviewed. Maybe 50% of that money could be used to support some of these other smaller items that the council as a whole wants to prioritize if we wanted to look at opportunities for cost savings. I am very aware that when you defer road maintenance, it becomes more expensive the following years because it is an exponential curve on road degradation. It's cheaper to do it proactively than it is reactively, but so I'm kind of there. But I also think that we could look at reducing event support to 20,000 as an opportunity for savings. So that's where I am right now, and I'll probably circle back after I hear from the other colleagues.
Thank you
And
very
now on to Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
So where I would start is in budget option 3. So I would start here with balanced investment. And, I like that, I like that we get 1 firefighter. We definitely need the SRO, of course. The Public Works fleet replacement, I think we need to do that. Could you go to what shows what's funded and not funded? So the funded items on this list that I would like to see funded are the pedestrian bridge repairs. I agree with Councilmember Scroggins Johnson on that. I would really like to fund the police detective and the patrol officer. So going over to the what can we live without slide, I guess, that one, okay. Yes, okay, so I think that, I agree that we could probably eliminate park Wi-Fi. And I don't think that we should do anything to the council meeting broadcast. I mean, when you start reducing subtitles, that to me gets into a public accessibility issue that I don't want to get into. I'm not willing to compromise quality on that. But the every other week recycling, I don't see any reason not to go back and and see if we can save $155,000. I mean, the public has been very clear that they do not want a tax increase, and in a year where there's a huge pinch and we need to capture every available bit of capacity, I think that we have to look at the every other week recycling. So that's where I'm on that. I think reducing the landscaping services to me is a no-brainer. Yes. And the litter pickup, contract, is that like garbage? What is that exactly?
So that is for trash, essentially to be picked up roadside. So we do that on some of our own streets, but we also do that on many of the NCDOT roads that are in town because they don't do that very often. So that has been a request of council in the past, is to have that service, for the level of, I guess, service and quality that has been expected from our community. So that would reduce that litter pickup to monthly, and then, in between, if there were significant issues, Public Works staff could do an emergency pickup, but it would not be as often routinely.
Okay, for the next 2 years, when we really need to cut back to the bone, and we're looking at like police officers and firefighters and things that I think are vital, I think we may have to, I just think we should consider biting the bullet on that one too. And the special events and the paving support. So what exactly, how many years of not funding this? Like, are we kicking the can to like next year? Or are we, because I know that in 29, we expect the revenue situation to somewhat iron itself out. So if this was to not be funded for 27 and 28, are we talking about like general road degradation, or are we talking about, we might have some catch up to do?
Again, I'll let Matt jump in if I'm off spot here, but I think, the good news is, and I believe this goes back to even Giselle before Jeffrey, is Public Works really shifted into that proactive preservation mode. So prior to that, it was really focused on paving, and so they really started to spend some money or invest some money to really keep up the road, so it took longer to get to the point where they needed to be repaved. I think we could clearly go a year and not significantly impact our pavement condition index. A second year might start to have some impact. But again, could we make it through that? Yes, our PCI is higher than most, if not all, of our neighbors in the region. Again, as the result of that money being committed and the proactive work being done, I think we could go 2 years and you may see something, but you're not going to see holes in the ground. You're not going to see roads immediately deteriorating. You're going to see a little less proactive work that you would have to catch up after the 2 years.
Also,
Okay,
keep in
then
mind
I
this-
think,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Oh, all that I was going to say is just keep in mind, this is the supplement. So the Powellville funds are still there. There's still $1 million in resurfacing funds or reconstruction funds that they have available to them to be able to get a contract to do some level of street work in some capacity. It's just that additional $400,000 that we're talking about.
Right, okay, so I think that we should plan to not do that for 2 years. And I think that, because I think that I don't think people will notice if we eliminate the park Wi-Fi. I mean, everyone has a cell phone in their pocket. And the every other week recycling, if that's really gonna get us back 155,000, then I want to start with budget number 3 and then go to that list and start picking things that I can get back with $600,000. That's would be the approach that I would take.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mayor Cawley, you're up, and then Councilmember Kessler.
Okay, so I'm approaching this a little bit differently. Insofar as the April 9th, I was happy to support the 1 cent to support staff and what they were thinking would be best for the town in the long term. So this is more of a high-level philosophical rather than choosing things to not do. Right now, our town budget is like a canoe. We're all paddling together. For years, it has moved steadily forward because we've planned well, invested wisely, and kept our weight balanced. But these property tax appeals have created a brand new hole in the bottom of the canoe. It's no one's fault. It's simply the new reality that we're operating in. We have 2 choices. We can essentially take a Dixie cup and spend all our time bailing water. That's what we're doing tonight by choosing things that we're not going to do. That's what's keeping the tax rate exactly where it is, amounts to. We'll stay afloat, but only by scrambling year after year, lifting the couch cushions, looking for spare change, delaying maintenance, and hoping nothing else goes wrong. Or we can patch the hole. That's what a modest tax adjustment does. It lets us stop bailing and start paddling again, focusing on the actual work of the town, keeping our community safe, reducing congestion, maintaining our sidewalks and greenways, and delivering the programs and services our residents rely on. This isn't about blame, it's about acknowledging the conditions we're in and choosing whether we want to struggle every year or set ourselves up for stability and success. So property tax appeals have permanently changed our revenue picture. This isn't a one-year blip, it's a structural shift. Inflation has also hit everyone very hard, and the same rising costs that affect families are affecting the town's ability to provide the level of service our residents expect. For residents on fixed incomes or with limited means, it is completely reasonable to be concerned about how even a small tax rate adjustment might affect their daily life. We can either address this challenge head-on, or we can paint ourselves into a corner where the only options later are a much larger tax adjustment or a reduction in services our residents depend on. And I'm concerned that we're looking at those reductions right now. A small intentional adjustment now prevents a crisis later. It keeps us from scrambling every year to fill the same hole. Our residents expect a safe community, reduced congestion, walkability, strong parks, and high-quality programs. These aren't luxuries, they're the foundation of Morrisville's quality of life. Our goal is that no one is left behind. No one should ever feel they have to consider leaving Morrisville because of financial strain. That is why Wake County organizations like Neighbor Up, we already partner with us on our rental assistance program and who serve many of our residents already, exist as a support system. They provide food assistance, emergency help, financial counseling, and other services that can make a meaningful difference for households that are feeling the squeeze. These resources are available now, this year. Residents do not have to wait until a tax bill arrives in late 2026 to seek relief or support. As we continue these discussions, I want us to make an even stronger effort to ensure that everyone who feels they may be impacted knows that there are ways to prepare, budget, and receive help today. If we ignore the new economic reality, we're not saving money, we're simply delaying the consequences. And delayed consequences always cost more. This isn't about blame or ideology, it's about being honest with ourselves and with our residents about what it takes to maintain the community they love. As we make decisions for the good of everyone, our current and future residents, our young families, and our older adults, I hope people understand the benefits of these investments. The services, programs, and amenities we provide are the kinds of things that only municipal government, supported by world-class accredited staff, can deliver efficiently and effectively. Our professional staff are grounding the recommendations in facts, data, and the real conditions we are facing. Our job is to leave Morrisville stronger than we found it. That means making decisions that are sustainable, not just convenient. And I hope that you take some of those thoughts to heart as we're discussing this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Kessler.
Thank you. So I'm not in favor of entertaining service cuts within this context. The public is telling us that they don't want a tax increase. I want the public to tell us what services they want to cut. That makes sense? If that's a survey or anything, if this is being considered. You know, with the, what are the, eliminating park Wi-Fi, eliminating every other week recycling, or going to every other week recycling. You know, if there's a bunch of residents that fill out a survey that said, we do not want that cut, I want to know that information. I don't want to just sit here and say, well, let's cut it. And, you know, now we've balanced the budget and that sort of thing. I want the public to be involved in that conversation on the service cut side of things. I do want to talk about the EV mowers for a second. In the budget FAQ, I'm not sure where the $35,000 number came from, but I'm using that for the purposes of this calculation. The savings per week that was estimated was almost $1,000 a week. I don't know if that's accurate or not. And that's only it's only in use 5 months of the year. Calculating that out for that 5 months, that's $21,000 a year in savings, which is a payback of 1.6 years. So if those numbers are accurate, then I think at the very least, using some of the fund balance to fund that and using the savings, any savings going back into the fund balance, I think that makes sense. I think that makes mathematical sense, financial sense, unless I'm missing something.
It's good research.
And then I agree with Mayor Colley on the relief programs, Neighbor Up. I definitely want to make sure residents are aware of property tax relief programs that the state provides and the county administers. Because whether we adjust the property tax or not, the county's going to do things. You're going to have higher insurance premiums. There's a lot that goes into housing affordability, and I think it's fair to the residents that we do the best that we can to help them in that way as well, not just trying to pick and choose how to balance this budget, but certainly if they're eligible for those programs, they should be aware of those programs.
So if I can jump in for a minute, because I just wanted to speak quickly to the budget FAQ thing that you mentioned. I apologize if this line did not get in there, but that savings per week number is specifically if we were to only have EV mowers. Now, my understanding is that this budget item is not replacing everything with EV mowers. The calculation comes from an approximate 124 acres mowed each week from Public Works, and without knowing exactly what the makeup of our essentially mowing fleet is, it's tough to do an individual calculation for how much any one particular mower will save outside of just doing a per acre mowed calculation, which I believe is in there as well. So that's more just a broad sense from a time frame if we were to only use EV mowers.
Paul, would you mind, just for the community listening, identify yourself and your role at the town?
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Hussard, I'm the strategic performance manager here.
Thank
you. So yeah, I think when I asked that question last time, certainly as related to the 60,000 EV mowers investment, what is the specific cost savings would be from purchasing those $60,000 worth of EV mowers. Does change the numbers, does change the calculus if that's everything's EV mowers. So I don't know what $60,000 worth of EV mowers gets us versus the total if everything is EV mowers. So that information would certainly be nice to have. I definitely want to fund the 3 firefighters. I think that's critical. And if we end up with a situation that has 3 firefighters funded, I would certainly be happy with that.
Okay.
And whether that means a tax adjustment or not, I would want that entertained.
Okay, thank you. I think Councilmember Patel is up.
So I just want to start by acknowledging the work that staff has done on this budget, and I know it's a complex process, and you have been very responsive to any questions we have asked, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Having said that, as a community, we are in a period of high inflation, economic uncertainty, and many of our residents are feeling that pressure right now. And we also have to remember that roughly 14% of our residents are on fixed incomes, many with very limited flexibility. And even a small increase impacts them the most. I know we can't have a different layers of tax increase, so we have to be conscious of that. And I'm just going to, at this point, not really, but summarize the comments that I have received from residents, personally talking to them or over social media about the tax increase. And these are everyone's opinions, and I don't mean to offend anyone. Over past decades, our residents have watched the tax, their own town portion of the tax bills climb roughly between 70 to 100%. I would go with lower number, 70%. But think about that. That's still a significant tax increase. I don't know if anybody in this room's salary has increased by 70% or 100%, but if it is, congratulations. Our seniors on fixed incomes certainly haven't seen their social security checks go up by that much. And now we are asking them to absorb another penny or two. That will bring that cumulative increase to 75 or 80%. Right? And this is at the time where inflation has squeezed every corner of their budget. I've heard people say we should defer some expenses next year. Yes, that helps, but it's really not a solution. It's just, as Councilmember Andrewadi said, Mayor Pro Tem Andrewadi said, about a couple of expenses, it's just kicking the can down the road. And while keeping the same spending habits that got us into this bind. And several residents have told me personally that for 10 years, we have grown as town group, our revenue has grown. And at least many of them feel that we have gotten into a spending habit that is unsustainable when growth stops or slows. And I'm going to kind of skip some of the comments. But one thing I heard over and over again from people is they want to see us manage our budget the way they manage their own budget in the family or for their own businesses. If you are having the same discussion in your office or at home, you have limited income and you decide what you want to spend money on and what you don't want to spend money on, or what are your wants and needs. You have to separate our wants and needs. And families or businesses, they don't have flexibility to go out and get money from somewhere else. So we need to get in habit of balancing our budget the way our residents do. There are some other comments, but I think they go back to the same things: managing budget like you're managing your own budget at home. I have one more item, but I don't remember right now, so I'll skip. If other people are talking and I remember, I'll come back to it.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Okay, so I will first say thank you for this presentation. I appreciate, and I know how hard Byron you work, and Jeannie and Brandon, and I really appreciate this presentation. So thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for listening to council, and thank you for listening to the public. Since some of us are talking about philosophy a little bit, I will tell you, I understand the difficulty of this year's budget. I understand how the appeals have affected the revenue that we typically got, although this is a short period of time, that we were supposed to get, we thought we were going to get. And I understand how that affects what we do. I understand that deeply. I think for me, I need to demonstrate to the public that I am using constraint, that I understand where they are coming from, that I understand how difficult it is for them to receive a tax increase, even after we gave them a large tax increase 2 years ago, how difficult it would be for them this year. So I need to demonstrate that I've done everything that I can. And if this period that we're in, because we are in a very unknown period about what the General Assembly is going to do to us, what next year's reevaluation is going to do to us. And when I say us, I don't mean the people sitting in this room, I mean us as a community, because we're all in this together. If this trend, even after we've used constraint and demonstrated we're doing our very best this year, if this trend continues, then harder, this is not an easy budget year for anybody, and the decisions we have to make are really hard. But if that trend continues, there are even harder decisions to be made. And I don't know what that means. Does that mean cutting more services that the public loves? I don't know. I hope we don't get there. But I understand that, and I'm willing to articulate that to the community, and I'm willing to do what it takes for this community. So I appreciate this, these options that are here are showing great constraint. And Councilmember Patel just mentioned a couple words like living within our means. I think that's really important this year. I also think, I hear this word, we're kicking everything down the road, and I think that's not fair to what we're doing. I mean, when we think about our own homes, I need windows replaced. I need a roof replaced. I can't afford to do it all in 1 year. Knowing full well that if I do my roof this year, I may not be able to get to my windows for 2 years and the price might go up, but that, I can't afford to do it all in 1 year. And I think that's what we're showing here. We're not kicking the can down the road. We're saying we can only do so much. We're going to do the absolute best we can for this community, keeping the services that they love as best we can. And then we're going to evaluate and adjust as we go on. And so I think that's really important for us to think about too, by the way, that we can't just raise taxes every year because we want to do more and more and more and more. That's unsustainable for the public that wants to remain here. And there are services out there to help folks. Most of the people in this community they don't qualify. Wake County has a program where they will help you with your tax bill. There are some that are on fixed income that is a program they can use. But that's not everybody in this community who's suffering. That's not the young families that just got here, that just bought a house and are now trying to stay in it. They're not going to qualify for that kind of help out there that Wake County has or Neighbor Up has. So those are the people I'm thinking about too. Sorry, that's my philosophy. So getting to on slide 27 with the potential areas of reduction, I'm concerned about opening up the GFL contract myself. If you all said to me, having a conversation with GFL wouldn't open up the contract and wouldn't negatively affect what we already have, okay, maybe, but I'm leery about opening that contract up. The Wi-Fi I was never in favor of to begin with. I think our parks should be a place where people relax and play and be together with families or however they enjoy our parks. They don't need the Wi-Fi. So I would definitely look about eliminating that or limiting that to some degree. I like the broadcast the way it is. I would not touch that. The landscaping services, yes, I think we can look at that. The litter pickup contract to monthly, yes, I would look at that. The scope of special events, that when you said fireworks, it made me a little nervous. It was different beside the fireworks. But then again, we now have a really good sponsorship policy. somebody should be sponsoring all our fireworks. There's no reason why we can't have somebody sponsoring those. And then the paving support, we already have, like Byron just said, there's $1 million in the PAL bill that goes to paving, so it's not like we're eliminating or we're not stopping the pavement program, we're just not adding that extra 400K. So I would definitely do that. As far as the scenarios, I'm kind of stuck between scenario 2 and 3. Definitely want to support public safety positions. I'm a little concerned what one firefighter does for us when they come in a trio. You need to have 3. So I would love to figure out a way to get the other 2 if we're going to do 1. But I also know that we've got to kind of live within our means too. And then I wanted to go back to one other slide.
Which slide would you like to go to?
I don't know. I'm looking on my notes to try to figure out where I was. So sorry. I probably was there. Was that slide 27 before?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. That was, then it's, I want to go back to 17. I said the wrong number before. Oh, 17, yeah. So you said a couple of things. You said, worst case scenario, we're going to lose the 500K in the additional pending appeals. But you also said, based on what we've seen, that probably is only going to be 250K. So I would go to option 2 there. And I'm not going to go against your recommendation, but you need to tell me why we wouldn't even include half of that. You're going to get some of it. They're not going to come back and have to pay a 0 tax bill, so.
I think you're right. And so I think, again, we sort of described that first option with, no 500 and no anything else. That's the ultra conservative approach. And keep it in mind, this budget has been conservative for longer than I've been here. And so that certainly has continued this year. So I think you, again, showed it as an option. I think, the recommendation is the 5 only because of the uncertainty of FY28. And if you invest it this year, depending on how you invest that, whether it's one time or recurring, and it might be recurring based on some of the things that I'm hearing, we would need that again next year. And we should have that unless the reval comes back differently. So I think saving the 5, there's impact to that, right? Because that's $250,000 you're not investing, but it also is buffering against FY28 to give us a little bit of a small, very small piece of buffer against what, heaven forbid, could be a reval that goes down.
Yeah, as I said, I would not go against your recommendation there, but thank you for that. Thank you. And then the only other question I have, I think right now, if I look through my notes real quickly, we're talking about the land acquisition reserves, holding on that this year. Tell me how much money we have in the transportation reserves. I forgot to go back and look.
I think we've got 6.
It's almost 6.
6 million.
Now that's with streets payment in lieu and the supplemental money we sent.
How much is the difference?
What's the breakdown between those two?
Yes.
I can certainly bring that back to you. I don't know off the top of my head right now. I'll have to look that.
Actually, I looked it up earlier. 1.2.
1.2.
It was 1.2 in streets payment.
Yeah, 1.2 for the streets payment in lieu, and the rest of it is through reserves.
And that's from the 1 cent, 1.5 cent.
It's from yes. So the streets payment in lieu part, yes, and then the penny that you all set aside for the reserve itself.
So this is probably not popular with the rest of you, but I would even look to holding something there as well this year. I think that's we've got a healthy balance in there for what's around the corner. And I only say that because some of the major roads we have left in this town that have to be widened and fixed and worked on and everything, they're all funded by DOT, but they're all been punted. And I'm not sure we're gonna spend any money, you know, on those projects, because they already have a funding mechanism. It's just that we're waiting for them to be kicked off. So, anyhow, that would be me. I would hold off a year on that one, either to half of it, or I would discuss maybe the full amount too. And so for the public that's listening, you know, typically we have these 4 reserve funds that right off the bat, we put 4.5 million into them every year. So I think it's okay maybe one year to say, we're not going to do that fully, for at least the 2 we're talking about. Maybe not the public safety one, or parks payment in lieu. That has their own kind of funding mechanism for when development comes in and they do park payment in lieu, so.
Yeah, I would not recommend not funding the public safety. I'm
And I
not
am
saying
not.
that, you're not saying
Mhm.
that, I'm just out loud sort of acknowledging, I think, because that's really the one fund that has specific, we're going to spend it on X. And, you know, that's charted out through the next 10 to 15 years, and that's where you're getting your heavy fire department apparatus through, and now we're using it for other things. So, but I think, you know, to your point, you certainly can delay a portion of transportation. You could delay all of transportation. Also, just, and we talked about this a little bit with Councilmember Johnson, sorry, is that, you know, the more we reduce, the more difficult it is to bring it back in 2 years. So I think you should really assume that anything we hold for FY '27, you're probably also holding for FY '28. Just because we don't expect, you know, any significant growth in '28 either. Not fund, yeah. Councilmember Gearlow.
You say that, but it's written there like, you know, delay the transfer till Jan 27. You're saying the remaining of the million, like 500 delay, or overall, like
No,
only sent?
under that model, that assumes that you're putting a penny into transportation. So I'm gonna round it to $1 million. And what that was saying is if you wanted to fund, or if you wanted to invest the 500 that could be potentially lost to appeals, our recommendation would be hold something has a value of $500,000 until January, when we have the answer on those appeals and we know what we do and don't have. So in that case, you might hold half of the transportation reserve, but it sounds like you don't want to invest all of the 500 that we don't think we'll receive. So in that case, you could just reduce the transportation reserve by 500, you could reduce it by 250, you could reduce it all.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm a little confused. Like do we have 1.5 or 1 cent that we put in transportation? At one point, we were doing 1.5, right? Because we merged the sidewalks and everything together.
We did, but there's $1 million, there's $1 million
so
every
we
year that
came down
goes
to
into the
one-
transportation.
Oh, then I would correct my statement. It's only 4 million. So.
Correct.
Yeah, so now if you're saying delay 500, so, and Liz is saying cut it by half, so which means we'll put 0 in the.
No, there's 2 separate things there.
So yeah, I get it, but I'm trying to put my mind around it, you know. Suppose if we touch this one, the transportation, and cut it to half, and then delay till January, which means like right now 0 goes into it, and we'll get 500 in January. Is that correct statement?
That is a correct statement. We're not recommending cut it in half and then hold the other half. I think you're putting 2 pieces together. Now, again, the 7 of you could decide to do anything you want with that, because that's completely your reserves to manage.
Yeah, I'll come back to that. But, you know, one thing I will say is I'm concerned about the growth. And when I started 10 years ago, we had 126 employees. And now we are 100 employees more. And I saw the projection of 30, 40 employees more in 2029. And we're not growing, and I fear that if some people may think it's easy to just increase taxes, but this is not a tax. It is like proper accounting. When you're going up, you just have to understand that we're hitting the ceiling. We are not basically getting any revenue from anywhere else. And the last thing you want is give them a service and then pull it back. And that is the worst thing that anyone can happen. So we have to be very cognizant on ensuring that whatever we give is sustainable forever. And that is my biggest thing, is because you just don't want to. Morrisville people come because they really like our parks, they like the close proximity, they like the diversity, and all the companies, wonderful companies that are coming to our town. And I also like because we are all close-knit and they can approach any one of the council members that have a straight conversation. We are very fortunate that we are having companies like Novartis and others which are putting money, but we don't have land. We are going to get tanked out in a matter of 2 years. I'm expecting 3 years. Then we have not even started about redevelopment, what it looks like. And my fear is this will continue what Byron is saying about the reval. And to be honest, the people in Perimeter Park have every right to do that because they have empty building. We can assume whatever we want in taxes, but so they have every way to fight it back because they are losing money too. And till we fill that up, I'm seeing our shopping complexes are not always full. People are going out of businesses. And fixed income people, I just don't even know how they survive because as you were talking about, where it's not just fixed income. A loaf of bread is now $4.50. Gas is $4.50. I put premiums. That's I don't know the regular rate. Sorry. But it is just going up. It's hitting them from the buses, hitting from all directions, and I feel the pinch. Forget about the fixed income people, and so this is not about everything you want to do. It's about keeping that future trend. When I asked my counselor for my kid, I said, what does it take to get a good college admission? The first thing is use the ladder of difficulty. You means you're adding services and you have to keep on going. We can't go this way and go down. And that is my fear. My fear is in 2 years, all these employees, if you don't have money to sustain, because COLA and everything is expensive, and we don't want to compromise the existing people. People like towns in Michigan and others have gone bankrupt because of I heard in the and I don't know if everyone knows, but city of Raleigh has a deficit of how much, $20 million?
Like 18.
Yeah, and they have asked people to retire. Whoever is eligible to retire, go retire. So, which means the institutional knowledge is gone and services and new people will come. So it's a whole ripple effect of it. It's just not nice to have, people can afford to have. It's a trajectory for me. It's more important. And I'm a big proponent of ensuring the results are there because we just don't know where the money, a small project is easy. We have seen that today, the Cedar Fork thing, even though it's 1.1, we are putting a 300,000 contingency into that. We have never come how much over, Mark and others have tried, we have come closer. The gap is less because otherwise there were times where we said 1 million and came 2.5 million. So I want to be cognizant of all those things. It's not about giving service. It's about sustaining the service too. And I usually will never say that, but if we have to delay the transportation, I am okay for one reason is the projects are not coming because this money, what we were allocating was in conjunction with the betterment charges for the projects to come. And you're building those capacity. When they are delaying it, I don't know what else to be used, we can build it up, but I would like to know how much would be needed in the near projects, what are the near-term projects, because we have Louis Stephen, I saw $1.2 million. I don't know how much our share is, and where is those monies are coming in the next 2-3 years. If we have the project which are coming up, does this take care of it? And then might be we have to increase this not 1 cent, 1.5 cent or something, keeping a trajectory of what are the projects which are coming in the next 3-4 years. Because from what I heard from DOT, 2028, 2029 is where the Mackerman and aviation is it 2029 they said?
So aviation is technically FY30. They're set to start July of 29.
Okay.
Right now, the NC 54 widening and the McCrimmon widening and flyover are both set to let, I believe, in June or July of 27.
Yeah, so those
as of today.
Morrisville Parkway.
Yeah, so those all things are coming. So how much do we need from our side is critical piece of the information. I would like to know because so that we ensure that's the best money we can use, because when they're doing the project and we have to pay for the sidewalk, do it, because we can never go back and do it, many of those things. So if we can have a foresight of how much betterment charges and those kind of things are needed, and we are okay to let go for this time, like half, I am okay with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I usually never say that.
I'm
But
surprised.
but the key is you've been trying to squeeze all the other areas, and sometimes take a step back. And we are not looking for 35,000, 25,000. This is like, nickel and diming it, rather than take a step back and look at what is needed. And we have the capacity for the next 2 years, okay, then what to do? I would not suggest from 2028 also do the same thing. It might be just one step and then try to catch back, based on your estimates of how much we needed. And how much money from CIP we are getting to, those put together so that we are not under the water.
With the existing CIP, I ran a few scenarios. There's room to work with if you look at your putting aside reserves for the future, that you can still sustain the existing CIP that you have without tremendous impact. Cutting something in half, that's kind of starting to push the envelope. But there is something to work with if there's consideration that you want to shift more of those recurring revenue dollars to your recurring operating budget and still kind of be able to put money aside for the future while taking care of existing operations. So just some thoughts, but allows staff to evaluate where your CIP is and bring you with the manager, really what is the solution that meets in the middle, and still tries to accomplish both goals that I think you're still trying to work with. Meeting your CIP
you
timeline.
guys can crunch the numbers, but I think, hitting some of these holistic ones are more better than going nickel and diming it. You can still do that, because we don't want to give waste like Wi-Fi. If people don't want it, 10,000 is 10,000. And so I would not touch the trash, recycling thing, because we got a good deal. And why do we have to do the contract, Brandon? I didn't understand. Like, we have to negotiate with GFL. Why do we have to do that?
If we want to change it, yes.
Or if we have to. If not,
Yeah, otherwise, we got 3 more years, I believe, on the contract. So if you wanted to reduce and potentially save the 150, 155, we would have to renegotiate
so
with
there's a
them.
thought for that. Like, I was thinking, but if we are 68%, the awareness that we are pushing for sustainable, till now, we have always talked about sustainability from the town point of view. I think the message needs to go into the residents of how they can do too, and then recycling is a piece of it that they can help to bring that up, but that's a slow process because we have such a diverse population. Some are religiously do it, some people don't care about it, but it's a matter of catching up to it.
Thank you. Councilmember Patel, and then back to Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi.
I was going to bring up something important, but I just have one comment about the not funding reserves. To me, it's more akin to not contributing to your 401k plan because you want to take care of something important this year that you don't have budget for.
No, I would say you reduce the reduction, for your taxes too, like, from 11% to 3%.
Yes.
And then push it back, so.
Yes, but it's, you get my point.
Yeah. I just did it, so.
So a couple of comments that I had received, I remembered, one was, this was, actually few people mentioned that in past 10, 14 years, their taxes have gone up from whatever to whatever. Significant increase. Their home insurance has gone up, property insurance has gone up, cost of living has gone up. And when talking about town and county property taxes, their comments were, and what have we seen in the return? And their take was that only thing I have seen is traffic going up and taxes going up. I haven't seen anything else change in the town. These are the people who don't, yes, we have a lot of services, we have made a lot of progress in town, but also keep in mind that everybody does not use those services. There are people who work 2 jobs who don't have time to enjoy the parks and services that we offer. So those are the people that you also want to consider. Reville, there was actually a few people commented on that. They've been seeing their property values go down the past couple of years. And they really think that next reval period, their taxes are going to go down. And we know that that's probably not going to be the case, even if their property values go down. So when we ask these questions about budget priority, I was actually disappointed that in December's budget priority survey we had, there was a question about property taxes. I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but that question was removed in the recent survey. So we are asking people what they want to, what they would like to see, but we are not putting numbers to it. We are not telling them that, hey, yes, it should be understood, but not everybody thinks of it that way. That every time they put a priority, it's going to cost money, and it's their tax money. But we should probably mention this in a better terms than what we have been doing. So our budget priority survey, actually, those questions need to be really refined. So people are more conscious of what they're asking. Similarly, every time we put our wants, we should consider what it's going to cost. Instead of putting all the wants together, and at the end of the year, now we are discussing what we want, what we can afford. And the last comment was about the services that organizations like neighborhood supports. And I agree with Councilmember Johnson. I actually looked into it. for people in my family. And you will almost have to be in crisis to get some of the benefits. It's not easy to just go and ask for something. So yes, those are essential services, but everybody who will feel the pinch of property tax increase is not qualified for those kind of services. So that was the last thing I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ravati?
Thank you, Brandon. So I wanted to say that I agree with Councilmember Johnson, but I also think that we have to start helping people to understand that there's going to be a point where there's not going to be anything to cut. And, you know, people came to public comment and talked about how many wants there are in the budget. And frankly, I've looked at it again and I still don't see them. Like police officers, firefighters, these aren't wants, these are needs. And, you know, like when Liz said, she needs a roof and windows. That really made me laugh because I'm in that situation right now. Chuck and I talk about it all the time. And, you know, so we're kind of doing the same thing here. We're saying, what do we need more? What that we need can we do without? Not for 1 year, but for 2 years. And the thing is that I just think we might be able to pull it off this year, but I don't see us pulling it off next year to keep funding the things that we need. Like at some point, there are just needs you can't cut. At some point, there are just times when you have to do both and you have to figure it out. And so, you know, if this isn't that year, it may very well be that next year is that year. So I don't think we should make any assumptions about what we will or won't do next year. You know, I don't think it's fair to the public to indicate in any way that there wouldn't be a tax increase next year. Because I don't think that's true, for one thing. But yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say was that I would be, you know, like I said, this is a crunch time. This is a crunch time, and next year is a crunch time. So if there are things that we have to do this year and next year that we don't want to keep doing, like if we need to cut down on 2 of the reserve funds by $250,000, or if we have to, you know, whatever the things are that we have to do to get the things that we really do need, you know, I think that we can realize that we're in a situation where that might be necessary. You know, nobody wants that, right? But I think we can, you know, I think we can think about what we want to do, and that's great, but we also want to think about what's necessary. And that is where I think we are. So, you know, I'm sticking by what I said, option 3, and, you know, cutting whatever from that list I think that we can cut, and, you know, getting us through 27 and 28, which are both going to be rough years, and then, you know, then see where we are. That's what I think.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I quickly ask a clarification? You indicated you agreed with Councilmember Johnson. I'm not sure if I know exactly. Was it something or just everything she said?
I thought a lot of what she said was pretty good, actually, but the thing I specifically agreed with
is just.
Wait, I'm sorry, I can't hear anybody.
We're getting a little giddy. I apologize. Could you say again what the one thing you were in agreement with Councilmember Johnson particularly?
Yes, I thought that she very well laid out the situation that, you know, you need a new roof and you need windows, and I mean, I guess I wouldn't get too wrapped around the axle about the term kicking the can down the road, because, I mean, that's what you're doing when you don't get new windows, because you need a new roof too. You're kicking the windows down the road. But I did think that that was a really good way to think about it, was that sometimes you need two things that are really important and you can only get one. And that's the way it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, did you have another?
Thank you, Ann. I agree with everything Ann said too, and Councilmember Patel, thank you for what you said too. But I think it's important, because we talked here a little bit about how, bread is more expensive, gas. It's more expensive for all of us that live here, but everything is more expensive for the town of Morrisville too. I mean, we have police officers and firefighters that, need to have gas in their vehicles. So the expenses are going up for us too. So, I just think that's important to put out there as well, that, we're being good stewards, and we're feeling it as well as an organization. It's not just our residents. So, and we're trying to deal with that as a council and a staff. So.
Well, I think that's a great point. When we first talked about what this year's base budget is, I mean, it's $3 million rounding over last year's base, or the 27 will be $3 million over this year's base budget. That's not a lot of new stuff. That's just inflation. That's just things being more expensive. So very, very well said. Thank you, Mayor Colley.
So we need new window, new roof, new car, new HVAC. So it seems like we're kind of really cutting when we don't really need to. It's a crunch year because we're choosing to make it a crunch year. Everything's difficult for everyone, but you would ask your boss for a raise and you might get it. So we need to ask the residents for a little bit more so that we could do what we want to do. I would definitely like a patrol officer. I would like a detective. I would like 3 firefighters, because that's important to keep that going, because we need 9 over time. So it's important to make sure that our firefighters are safe. I would eliminate 0 of the reductions on slide 27, although the Wi-Fi, I guess, could go, but I don't like the idea of kind of chipping away at things. I think that we're setting ourselves up for the need to do a significant adjustment in a year or two. And we heard that residents would have preferred a small gradual adjustment instead of the reval year. So one penny now is responsible, and it delays fewer services right now, because we're talking about being really difficult, and in the future we're going to have to make tough decisions. We're making those tough decisions now by choice, to eliminate services and maybe make some of our events less palatable for our residents and less attractive. So if you're afraid of declining quality of life, this is how it starts. And I don't think next year is going to be much better. So this makes next year a lot easier if we do a small adjustment now, explain to the residents like we do when there's bonds, that this is needed in order to keep things moving forward. This is pretty much to retain the quality of life that we have. This isn't a whole lot of new stuff that we're trying to do here. We're trying to become more sustainable by keeping the same property tax rate. We're actually less secure, less flexible, and less sustainable moving into the future. And I think our residents want us to take care of the town and make sure that it's fiscally sustainable going forward. Because I know that all our COLA, all our staff costs, they will continue to go up, and we might not get 30 more people. But the people we have to take care of, and we have to make sure that we're in a good position to continue providing the services that our residents came to the town for and continue to expect. I don't hear anyone saying, reduce my services. I hear them say, keep my property tax the same. So I see it as my job to just share that it is my true belief that the town would be much stronger now and in the future if we do at least just 1 penny right now. So we have the firefighters, patrol officer, detective, and we don't cut any of those things on that slide where we can save revenues. So I'm just sharing that out. So thank you very much for listening.
Councilmember Scarlett Johnson.
Thank you. So I really do appreciate Councilmember Patel bringing testimony and feedback from our public. because we tend to have a feel for the concerns, but to hear verbatim is very powerful, and I do appreciate that. And please continue to do that on other topics in the future. Very welcome. Needs and wants. We have a lot of needs because as a growing town, we have an increased urbanization of our town, but we are slowing down. So we cannot count on aligning our growth of needs with the revenue. We have to be conservative this year, and we also have to be respectful of the, voices of our public that say, please, after 2 years ago, when you increased the taxes so significantly that it impacted a lot of our fixed income senior population to the point of pain, we assured them that this would be good for us for the next several years. Only 2 years later, we're looking at possibly increasing taxes. That is not very trusting of us. We're not being good stewards if we're saying, well, things change. We didn't really mean it. We didn't really mean that significant increase could help us for the future. I still cannot go back on my word, and I didn't even want the amount of taxes 2 years ago, but because of the promise that we would be able to get a solid way forward, that we would not need an increase in the near future. We do need to prioritize this year's budget, and I like the creative solutions. I like the creative thinking about, let's look at the pipeline of our road projects and the delay from the Campo competitive bidding and the fact that they keep delaying our projects. We don't need to do the betterment matching or the LAT funding match at the same rate that we have anticipated, because those funds are not necessarily going to be needed at the time that we're building them out. So that's a great innovation that I've heard tonight. I think staffing is important. Staffing comes with a recurring commitment, COLA increase. It's a very serious commitment when we add staff. It is going to be worse if we are looking at potential loss of revenue through the property tax, unknown property tax impact by the general legislature. I do not want to hire someone and later have to let people go. I'm really concerned about that. That really affects more than just services. That affects people's lives. So I think we need to be conservative this year. I think we need to look where we can pause our, pennies here, pennies there, and our funds that are not going to materially affect the long-term impact. So putting aside the land reserve, looking critically at that transportation, deciding, what is the right level of putting that aside is important. But between 2 and 3 is where I'm landing now after hearing a lot of the conversation. There's more details that we have to think about and impact. But sharing this back out to the public, letting them understand what we're considering as far as services or staffing would be helpful for them to understand. Now, we are empowered to make decisions. We have been entrusted by the public to make those decisions, so I am, honoring that. But I also value the public feedback, because there's creative people out there as well that might not, they might have an idea that we haven't even thought about, kind of thing. But to also build trust and transparency is something that we have to do as a council, is to make sure that they understand these are difficult choices and we're not just raising or going towards more recurring expenses without thoughtfully considering the options. So that's where I am right now.
Thank you.
And I do still want the pedestrian bridge repair.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, can we do a time check? Because what are you looking for?
So, I mean, I'm close to doing a summary of what I think I've heard from you, which I think will set us up nicely to be able to have a recommended budget ready for you by next Thursday. That'll give an opportunity for not only you to review it, but the public will have a chance to see it. They'll see it Friday and have the weekend to review it. Again, keeping in mind, we'll present on Tuesday, May 12th. We have a work session on May 14th to perhaps consider some fine tuning and some discussion of that prior to the public hearing on the 26th. And then following the hearing on the 26th, you have a tentative work session on the 28th that's committed to budget as well. And that we would move to ideally a June 9th adoption. So I think that answers some of your question and also I think to some extent yours, Councilmember Kessling, about people having a chance to see this. So if it's okay, let me walk through what I think I've heard. I'm sorry, I apologize, Councilmember Patel.
My last comment on roofs and windows. So if you decide to do roof this year and then decide to do window next year, you're still going to make sure that it is still within your budget. You still have to work with the money you have and you cannot go get it from somewhere else. In terms of residents not asking for reduction in service, I would say if you do put numbers to their wants, they'll probably say, okay, I'm okay with letting this service go or reduction in service if I don't have to pay this much money. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So a quick question to circle back, well, several questions to circle back. We mentioned that you could potentially do the 60,000 for additional node stops out of the transportation reserve. The 120 really needs to come out of operations. Are you interested in allowing us to show you a budget that would take the 60 out of transportation reserves? Just creates a little capacity. Okay.
Out of the transportation reserve.
I mean, it's a small number, but in the context of what we're talking about, it's something added back in that would help support community, yes. Okay, so we'll do that out of transportation. So again, the first question really is the 500,000 that could be subject to, well, that is subject to appeals. We don't know how much we'll get back of that. I think I've heard a little bit of let's hold the 500, and I've heard a little bit of maybe we consider 250. And be prepared to not receive that 250 worst case.
Yeah. Before I go into that, I know Jean told me about our sales tax, and I've heard repeatedly that we are getting more money from sales tax, but how is the sales tax calculated? And my understanding is it's based on the amount of money the state has done, goes down from county to this one, and it is based on our population. Is that the right assessment?
Yes.
Basically.
Feel free to.
Yeah, that's what I think, you explained to me that's how it works.
So we get our proportion share of all sales that are done in Wake County.
Yeah.
So as our population grows, then potentially our proportion share grows. But we also have to remember if Cary's population grows, then so does their share.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's a balance. Okay. So then how did we get higher, more money, and how much was it?
How much more in sales tax do we get? So right now we're projecting about 750,000 more than our initial budget. Keep in mind, our budget was lower a little bit. One, because of the $500,000 that we set aside.
So it's wash, basically, kind of.
Yeah, it essentially ended up being a wash. But in terms of how did we end up with more money, just like Jeannie said, the county ended up with more money. There were more sales in Wake County than were there previously. And so therefore, we got a higher proportion, or our proportion was about the same, but we got a higher amount because the total pie was a little bit bigger.
And so you remember this time last year, we were discussing exactly that. We weren't particularly worried about property tax because, you know, we didn't see the storm coming. And we were, you know, we budgeted ultra conservative on sales tax and it came back better. And so, you know, the budget that you'll see assumes some growth from what we budgeted last year, but we're not counting on all of that again. Again, that's that conservative approach that we hope to be pleasantly surprised, but don't want to overreach and be in a situation where property tax doesn't meet expectations and sales tax doesn't meet expectations. Then you're over 80% of your revenue not meeting expectations, and that's problematic. Okay? So, what I believe I heard is that there's an openness to holding the paving supplement. That would be a $400,000 in capacity, with the understanding that we likely hold that 2 years in a row. I also heard that there is some willingness to consider holding half of the transportation reserve. That would be $500,000. Certainly for 27, it would be, we could, you know, talk about that being one of the things on the top of our list to get back to in 28. But I think you also have to be mentally prepared that that might be a 2-year reduction in transportation.
Provided, I think that is only after your assessment is done of how much money is needed. And
yeah, we'll get you confirmed on that. I mean, Jeannie's sort of done that while she's sitting there to tell you that we're good, but we'll put that to paper and confirm that that's good. So we'll get you ahead of the meeting on the 12th. Also heard, I think there's general consensus around stopping landscaping, litter pickup, or stopping landscaping, reducing litter, perhaps reducing back special events costs a little bit and doing the park Wi-Fi. That totals about $63,500. And then I've heard an emphasis on adding pedestrian bridges. I think I heard that somewhere. As well as the public safety staff, the firefighters and the police officers. I would also suggest that we increase that fleet allotment as much as is practical when the numbers are done, because to the mayor's point, it does push. It does push cars, and you know, right now this year we're talking about police cars, and again, if an engineering SUV, you know, isn't peak performing, if our SUV in the parking lot's not peak performing, we'll figure it out. We got to have police cars peak performing. So I also heard, you know, from a position standpoint that there's interest in as many of the 3 firefighters, I think, as we could get. There's also some interest in returning a police detective and in funding the SRO, and potentially, depending on what the dollars look like, one of the patrol officers. And again, that could be potentially a half-year position because that'll flatten out the next year. There won't be an increase because the vehicle won't be a part of that. That's I think the highlights of what I've heard. Obviously, we need to dig in and do some tweaking and go back over notes, but that's generally what I heard. Councilmember Sparks Johnson, do you have something additional? Mayor Colley.
When you added up those items, the landscaping, stopping the litter, maybe curtailing events, it's like for 63,000, I'd rather use that 63,000 out of the fund balance rather than do those things that have worked really hard to make our town a nicer place. There's a lot less litter on 54. That used to be a big thing. We used to not have a contract until we enacted it a couple of years ago. You don't want to be driving around a town that's dirty and the landscaping isn't done nice. We've really upped our game. So I'd really urge us to consider for $63,000, pull that out of the fund balance or something, but not, that's such a small amount of money in a $53 million budget that I think it would not be great to have our appearance be decremented like that. It's the start of a deterioration cycle that would really concern me.
Councilmember Kessler.
I agree with that, what Mayor Colley said. But I would still want to know, you know, if residents they don't care about the Wi-Fi, they don't care about the litter getting picked up, they don't care about certain things, and it's fine to cut those things. I want that coming from them, not from us. So pulling from the fund balance to make sure that those continue getting funded, but then having that, some way to get that feedback on, if there are services in town that, the vast majority of the residents like, yeah, we don't need that. That doesn't improve our quality of life. That doesn't help us put food on the table. And it doesn't affect us too poorly. I want to know what the public thinks about those things.
So I think a couple suggestions is, one, consider Councilmember Patel's approach of go to the people. And then I would also encourage you to get people to come to the public hearing to share information there. Because there can always be a tweak before, we get to adoption in June. But I think that's your best bets right now to try to get that public input. Encourage people to also take the survey. I realize it doesn't address necessarily the specific questions, but it's continual feedback. All right, Councilmember Patel and then Councilmember Garamel and then back to the mayor.
So I kind of agree with Mayor on landscaping, but could you give us some idea of what that 60,000+ covers in terms of landscaping?
Matt, can you help me with the landscaping? Is that just our properties?
For the contract and mowing?
And can you come over to Mike? I'm sorry. So I think we show about 18.5 that we have suggested could be, not funded as it relates to landscaping. Is that our town facilities primarily that we're doing? Or is part of that what we do in some of the medians that are?
Yeah, a lot of that's more focused on the right-of-way side of reducing our service levels on right-of-ways, but not necessarily our facilities.
So that would, grass would get a little taller in the median before we would cut it.
Median and parks also, I'm assuming?
No, we do our own landscaping in our parks.
Okay, so this is medians.
This is medians and maybe some of the stuff we do at like town hall or other facilities, but not how we trim and keep clean parks.
And we're not cutting it, so I want to be very clear here. It's just doing once a month versus bi-weekly or
Right,
something.
it's just reducing the level
So
of
it's
service.
reducing
Yeah.
See, I think the people give a perception that, we are not doing it, so I want to be very, very clear. Many of the things that we are saying is reducing, creative ways of reducing without decreasing the quality of life and other things that has been recommended. These numbers, they have done their due diligence, they came up with these numbers. No one would like our code enforcer to go on a town property and saying you have a foot long.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
No, so that's not happening, I'm going to say, I trust these gentlemen, because they know day in, day out, we are in a drought anyway, so.
Anything else?
Then, I'm okay. No, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Garamel.
Yeah, so just to piggyback, all these things, I think, are not, it's not, like if we say we are cutting 60,000, it's not, I don't want people to start feeling that we are not doing lawn mowing at all. Because, and many of the things that we are talking about, like this firefighter or anyone, basically, does it decrease our quality of a service? Answer is no. It is good to go higher and to do better. So that I want everyone to have that understanding, because it is important, as if you are compromising their safety or public safety or something like that.
Well, I think that's a good point, because, what you'll see in the theme for this year's budget, it focuses around maintain. And so in the things you are going to potentially fund, there's very little expansion. It is really maintaining existing levels of service. I mean, the firefighters maintain that level of service, maybe reduce a little bit of overtime, but make sure we put those firefighters on apparatus for safety and for better response. For the police department, it's maintaining a level of service of having officers there that respond to calls and provide that service. It's adding a detective because of added workload. It's adding a planner because of added workload that's come over, the last 8 years. So, thank you. I think Mayor Potem Body, and then I'll get to you, Mayor, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, do I still have I just wanted to say that I agreed with keeping the landscaping. That's fine with me.
I just want to respond to the firefighter comment that we don't have the standard number of people on all our equipment, and these 3 firefighters have helped us get there.
Councilmember Kessling.
I want to meet that NFPA standard on the firefighters. I agree with Mayor Colley.
Councilmember Patel.
So just wondering, you have comment about Councilmember Kessling's request of gathering public input. Are we going to put out another survey? Or just ask them to continue responding to the survey that we already have?
So we can look at adjusting the survey. We're in a somewhat limited time frame, and we've gotten 100 responses. We had double that last year. We do have some proactive work coming up, but we've already done Spring Fest. We've already done a couple other events. But let me talk with the team and see what's involved with getting that up with specific questions.
There's an open-ended as the last thing.
There is an open-ended the last thing,
Yes.
so that's helpful. So if folks are listening tonight or looking at this online or watching us later, we could certainly receive comments about what they think is more important or less important, and can hear that, and we'll see what that says for us.
But I think if we do decide to update, I would like to see at least one question clearly defined about taxes.
Okay.
However we do it. Yep.
Absolutely, yeah, sure. We're there. I mean, I think we're there. So do you have something else, Councilmember Kessler?
Just what I've heard from folks that I've talked to is, they don't want to see service cuts, right? That's like no-go. But we've also heard people, no property taxes, no property tax increase. And we've also heard people, they want more services. Probably hear more from, in this kind of setting and from the surveys, what services do you want? And then also people are coming and saying that they don't want the tax increase. So trying to make those two meet. I mean, I can ask the people that I'm, talk with all I want. But like the details on, the service cuts that you've provided here, I don't know those details. And that's why I was suggesting, if there's those specific things like that, because, it could be like, okay, well, what services would you like cut? Would you like to cut the firefighters? Would you like to cut the police department? And, people are not going to say that they want to do that. But stuff that can get this granular, I mean, if a ton of people are coming out and saying that they don't want to get rid of the recycling, keep that at the same level. I mean, I can do my best to get to as many people as I can and ask them that question. But I don't know how statistically useful it might be.
Well, that's the challenge, is to be respectful to people, but you're asking a question that they may or may not be informed about, and it is contextual, because if it's you don't want to cut that, there's going to have to be something in this year and next year. But I appreciate that, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I promise I'll be fast, but to this whole point of this conversation, I've been encouraging people to use that open-ended question to put in there what they want. So encourage them to, as best you can. And oh, by the way, we all meet with all kinds of people in our daily lives out there. So there are a lot of folks you're in contact with, and you encourage them. There's folks I'm in contact with, and that all adds up for all of us. So, and then it becomes helpful. But yeah, to your point, nobody ever says. They all say, "Yes, I want this and I want that," but we never say, "And it's going to be a tax increase." So that, I think we need to get a handle on that moving forward.
When we ask them to provide feedback, we kind of clarify that.
Yeah.
Being neutral, just say, hey, if you're going to ask for services.
So good reminder from Jeannie, we also do have 2 public input sessions for the budget, one before the meeting on May 26th, which is the public hearing, and then also one is technically scheduled for the 28th of May. We could try to get something done, so we do those before the 2 meetings, the 12th and the 14th as well. It's a little tighter, but we could try to do that. Again, I don't know what sort of reception we get to that, but it doesn't hurt us to advertise it. But that's well, I fully appreciate that. We don't have a lot of luck with people coming in person, which I get.
That's right.
But so we've got a couple more scheduled that have additional opportunities.
And the issue with the surveys I have seen in the past is it might be a single point issue. And like, 40 people, will talk the same thing. And there might be only 100 people out of what 48 saying the same thing. So doesn't mean like I can, of 30,000 people, those 40 comments is 50% of the people asking. So it's very hard to basically say, like, because as Brandon said, everyone is not well informed into it. And example, like I'm saying, you'll say, walkability, I need sidewalks all throughout. So you will tell all your friends those inputs. So what about the other ones? No one knows it. So it's kind of very hard. When I first joined, I was thinking the same way, but the feedback that we get is pretty poor feedback.
It's good to have a conversation though.
Yes, absolutely. The conversation is good because one leads to the other leads to the other, and then you explain. Survey is just a single point, yes, no type of things. It's very hard to get a conclusion out of it.
So I have what I need. We have what we need. Thank you. Appreciate your time tonight and staying. I think it was valuable. I think we're very close to be able to bring you a recommended budget that I think you will be okay with. I know happy is probably not the word this year, but that you will feel as practical as we can get with the resources that we have to support the community. If you have your signed social media forms, we would love to get those back. And other than that, we will see you at the next meeting on May 12th, where we will present you a recommended budget.
Anything else for the good of the order, sir?
No.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
I don't think you can, but thank you. I recognize Councilmember Patel with the motion to adjourn. And I have a second from Councilmember Kessling. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 6-0. Thank you for joining us, Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi. Have a great evening. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye.